Hello, I am the Wizard of Tales, and I'm here to guide you today. I know this video is the perfect companion to help my dear dreamers relax and drift off to sleep. Before we dive into a world of calm and serenity, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and let me know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, get cozy, take a deep breath, and let the magic of stories embrace you. The taxi stopped in front of the imposing Art Deco building on Main Street, and Sarah Martinez felt an involuntary shiver run down her spine. The Cecil Hotel stood like a shadow against the Los Angeles evening sky, its windows reflecting the setting sun in orange hues that looked like flaming eyes, watching every movement on the street below. Sarah adjusted the strap of her backpack on her shoulder as she paid the driver, who looked at her with a worried expression. "Are you sure you want to stay here, lady? This place has a complicated history." "That's exactly why I'm here," he replied with a forced smile, trying to mask his own apprehension. As an investigative journalist for the LA Times, Sarah had spent the last 3 months researching the Cecil's dark history. 16 confirmed deaths since its opening in 1927, not counting unexplained disappearances and reports of paranormal activity. The entrance hall retained traces of its former grandeur, with dusty crystal chandeliers and a faded red carpet. The marble reception desk was cracked in places, and behind it stood a tired-looking elderly man who introduced himself as Mr. Thompson. "Reservation in the name of Sarah Martinez," she said, placing her ID on the counter. The receptionist typed something into an old-fashioned computer, his gnarled fingers moving with surprising agility. "Room 514, he murmured, handing her an antique metal key. Not a swipe card like one would expect in any modern hotel. "The elevator is on the right. When it works." Sarah took the stairs, preferring not to risk getting stuck in the elevator. Her footsteps echoed through the empty hallways, and she couldn't help but notice how the walls seemed to absorb sound in an unnatural way. The wallpaper, a vintage pattern in dark green tones, was peeling in places, revealing older layers beneath. Arriving at the 5th floor, Sarah consulted her cell phone, checking notes on the most recent case that had brought her there. Elisa Lamb, a Canadian student, found dead in the hotel's water tank in 2013. Elevator video showing her erratic behavior before her disappearance had gone viral, sparking conspiracy theories and speculation about demonic possession. Room 514 was surprisingly clean, considering the overall appearance of the hotel. A single bed, a desk, a small bathroom, all basic but functional. Sarah began unpacking her equipment: camera, audio recorder, laptop, and several notebooks. As he organized his materials, he heard soft knocks coming from the wall. Initially, he ignored it, assuming it was just the building's old piping, but the sound had a peculiar rhythmic pattern, almost like Morse code. Sarah moved closer to the wall, pressing her ear against it. The pounding stopped abruptly, replaced by a heavy silence that seemed to press against his eardrums. It was then that he noticed something strange. The corridor he had just walked through, visible through the crack under the door, seemed darker than it should be, considering it was still late afternoon. Her cell phone vibrated, making her jump. It was a message from his editor, David Chen. Have you settled in yet? Remember, we want more than just conspiracy theories. We need hard facts about the deaths. Sarah started to type a reply when she noticed that the temperature in the room had dropped drastically. His breath formed small clouds in the air, and the hair on his arms stood up. The light in the room flickered once, twice, before stabilizing. Determined not to let her fear get the better of her, Sarah picked up her recorder and began speaking. October 19th, 6:47 p.m. First night at the Cecil Hotel. Room temperature has dropped significantly in the last few minutes. Possible problem with the heating system. A sound of footsteps in the hallway interrupted her. There were heavy, dragging footsteps that seemed to be approaching his room. Sarah held her breath, watching the shadow move beneath the door. The footsteps stopped right in front of his room. Seconds turned into minutes, and the shadow remained motionless. Sarah finally mustered up the courage to look through the door's peephole. But the hallway was completely empty. As he turned back to his room, he noticed something that made his blood run cold. On the opposite wall, where before there had been only green wallpaper, he could now make out strange symbols that seemed to have been engraved into the structure of the building itself. Grabbing her camera, Sarah began photographing the symbols. As the flash illuminated the wall, the symbols seemed to change subtly, as if they were moving from one photo to the next. Consulting his notes, he recognized some of them as similar to those found in old documents about the history of the land where the hotel was built. A sharp sound of interference from her recorder made her turn her attention to the device. As she played the recording, among the static, a voice that wasn't her own could be heard whispering words in a language she didn't recognize. Sarah sat up in bed, her hands shaking slightly as she organized her notes. He had come to the Cecil in search of answers about the mysterious deaths. But in his first hour at the hotel, he realized that he had stumbled upon something much bigger and more sinister than he expected. The sun had completely set now, and the city lights created dancing shadows on the bedroom walls. Sarah turned on all available lights and began transcribing her initial observations on her laptop. As he typed, he couldn't help but notice how different the hotel's hallways looked than he remembered from his previously studied architectural plans. It was as if the building itself was alive, breathing, transforming. The night had just begun, and Sarah Martinez already knew that her investigation at the Cecil Hotel would be very different from what she had planned. The answers I sought were there, hidden in the ancient walls and shifting corridors. But the price for discovering them might be greater than I was prepared to pay. Sarah realized she needed to better organize her initial findings. Opening a new document on his laptop, he began to chronologically list the strange events since his arrival. The knocks on the wall, the change in temperature, the footsteps in the hallway, and most importantly, those mysterious symbols that seemed to have a life of their own. As he typed, an email from an anonymous source appeared in his inbox. The subject simply said, Cecil, 1947. Intrigued, Sarah opened the message, which contained a single file attachment, a scanned black and white photograph. The image showed a group of people in formal attire of the time posing in front of the hotel. His gaze was immediately drawn to a figure partially hidden in the third-story window, a dark silhouette that seemed out of place from the rest of the photo. A new noise caught his attention. This time it was coming from the bathroom, a metallic, rhythmic sound, like drops falling on a metallic surface. Sarah picked up her recorder and, taking a deep breath, walked towards the bathroom. The door was ajar, fine mist escaping through the crack. Pushing the door slowly, he found the bathroom filled with steam, despite no tap being turned on. The mirror was completely fogged up, except for a circular area in the center, as if someone had deliberately cleaned that space. Sarah approached, her heart racing when she noticed something being slowly written on the foggy mirror, as if an invisible finger was tracing the letters. Procure Elizabeth Short. The name made Sarah freeze. Elizabeth Short, better known as the Black Dahlia, had been one of the most famous victims associated with the Cecil Hotel. Although her mutilated body was found in a vacant lot in 1947, witnesses reported seeing her in the hotel bar days before her murder. Quickly returning to her room, Sarah began to research more about the connection between Elizabeth Short and Cecil. In his files, he found reports that the last place where the Black Dahlia was seen alive was precisely the hotel bar, which had now been closed underground for years. A notification sound on her cell phone made her divert her attention. It was a message from an unknown number. The bar is still there. Look for the red door. Sarah hesitated, aware that going down to the hotel's basement alone was not the most prudent decision. However, his journalistic curiosity spoke louder. Grabbing her camera, recorder, and a flashlight, Sarah left the room. The hallway was different, narrower than he remembered, with the walls seeming to curve subtly inward. The fluorescent lights flickered in an irregular rhythm, creating shadows that seemed to move on their own. The elevator, surprisingly, answered his call. The doors opened with a metallic creak, revealing an interior lined with dark wood paneling and a stained mirror in the background. Sarah entered, pressing the button for the basement. The doors closed with a thud, and the elevator began to descend at a slower pace than normal. In the mirror's reflection, Sarah noticed something strange. The stains seemed to form patterns, similar to the symbols she had seen in her room. As he watched, he had the impression that the spots were moving, reconfiguring themselves into new patterns. The elevator stopped abruptly between floors, the lights flickering before going out completely. In the dark, Sarah turned on her flashlight. The beam of light revealed that the mirror was gone, replaced by an opening that led to a narrow hallway. The air coming from there was cold and carried an old odor of musty paper and rotting wood. With no other apparent option, Sarah passed through the opening, finding herself in a hallway that was not included in any of the hotel plans she had studied. The walls were made of exposed brick, covered with a thin layer of moss, and the floor was made of packed earth. His flashlight illuminated a series of ancient doors along the hallway, each marked with oxidized brass numbers. At the end of the corridor, a red door stood out. Unlike the others, this one looked freshly painted, the bright red contrasting with the decay around it. Sarah approached, noticing that the doorknob was decorated with the same symbols she had seen in her room. As her hand touched the doorknob, a whisper echoed through the hallway. Elizabeth. Sarah spun quickly, but the hallway behind her was empty. The air grew heavier, and she could have sworn she heard music in the distance. Melancholy jazz, typical of the 40s. The red door opened easily, revealing a spiral staircase that descended into the darkness. The sound of the music became clearer, and now Sarah could make out voices and laughter, as if a party was taking place a few floors below. Going down the steps carefully, Sarah tried to keep her breathing controlled, although her heart was beating fast. With each turn of the stairs, the voices became closer, clearer, until he could clearly distinguish a conversation. "You shouldn't be here, honey," said a female voice with a 40s accent. "They don't like people asking too many questions." Sarah stopped, her flashlight illuminating what appeared to be the entrance to a perfectly preserved Art Deco bar. Through the half-open door, he saw tables occupied by people dressed in 1940s attire, the air filled with cigarette smoke, and at the bar sat a young dark-haired woman wearing a black dress. She turned slowly, and Sarah felt her blood run cold as she recognized the face she had seen in hundreds of photographs during her research. Elizabeth Short, the Black Dahlia, exactly as she appeared in the last photos taken before her death. Elizabeth smiled, a sad smile that didn't reach her eyes, and made a gesture inviting Sarah to come closer. "Do you want to know the truth about Cecil?" she asked. "Then come, sit with me. I have a story to tell." Sarah hesitated for a moment before taking a seat next to Elizabeth Short at the bar. The atmosphere was surreal, a perfectly preserved slice of the 1940s, as if time had stopped in that particular space at the Hotel Cecil. Cigarette smoke danced in the air, creating ethereal shapes under the yellowish light of the Art Deco chandeliers. "You are not the first to try to discover the secrets of this place," Elizabeth began, her red lipstick contrasting with the paleness of her skin. "But few have come as far as you." The bartender, a tall man with a thin mustache and a striped vest, placed 2 martinis in front of them without anyone ordering. Sarah noticed that her hands were partially transparent. "The Cecil isn't just a hotel," Elizabeth continued, swirling the olive in her drink. "It's a portal. It was built over a site sacred to the Tongva natives. They performed rituals here to communicate with the spirit world. When the colonizers arrived, they tried to suppress this knowledge, but some secrets cannot be buried." Sarah discreetly turned on her recorder under the table. "The symbols on the walls, they're much older than the hotel," Elizabeth added. "They appear to those Cecil chooses, as they appeared to me in 1947. She paused, her dark eyes lost in painful memories. "I was investigating something too. There were rumors about a group that performed rituals in the hotel's basement, trying to use the power there for their own purposes." The melancholic jazz continued to play, but Sarah noticed that the other bar patrons had disappeared, leaving only dancing shadows on the walls. The air grew thicker, thick with the acrid smell of incense and something more primal. "Is that why you were killed?" Sarah asked softly. Elizabeth laughed, a hollow, sad sound. "My death was just part of something bigger. They needed a sacrifice, you know, someone who had already been touched by Cecil's energy. The way I was found, it wasn't just a brutal murder, it was a ritual." Sarah felt a shiver run down her spine as Elizabeth leaned closer, her scent a mix of wilted flowers and wet earth. "The symbols are moving faster now, aren't they? The hotel is changing. They're trying to complete what they started in 1947. They who? The gatekeepers, Elizabeth whispered. They're still here, hidden among the guests and staff, watching, waiting. Every death at the Cecil was carefully planned. Every suicide, every accident. Energy to power something much older than this building. The bar began to darken around the edges. Like an old photograph fading, Sarah could hear a low humming noise coming from the walls, as if the hotel itself was vibrating at a specific frequency. Elisa Lam, Sarah said suddenly. Her behavior in the elevator, she saw beyond the veil, Elizabeth confirmed. As you are seeing now, Cecil shows his true nature to some, but seeing does not always mean surviving. The bartender had disappeared, and now only Elizabeth and Sarah remained at the bar, which seemed to be dissolving into the shadows. The lights flickered in a pattern that resembled the symbols on the walls. You need to find the book, Elizabeth said urgently, her form beginning to become translucent. In room 704. That's where it all started in 1927. The original records, the actual blueprints of the hotel. But be careful. They already know you're here. And the hotel has its own will. Sarah tried to ask more questions, but her voice died in her throat when she noticed that the bar had completely disappeared. He was back on the spiral staircase, his flashlight revealing only damp concrete walls. He checked his recorder. The tape was completely blank. Quickly climbing the stairs, Sarah found the red door. But when she opened it, she found herself in a different hallway than the one she had used to get there. The walls were older, with dark red wallpaper that she didn't remember seeing before. Checking his cell phone to orient himself, he discovered that there was no signal. The hallway seemed to stretch infinitely in both directions, and the doors had numbers that followed no logical sequence. A sound of footsteps echoed in the distance, the same heavy shuffling he had heard earlier in his room, but now it seemed to be coming from several directions at once, as if multiple people were moving through the hotel's invisible corridors. Sarah needed to find room 704, but first she needed to find out which version of the hotel she was in, because now he understood that Cecil wasn't just a building, it was a living, shifting maze with overlapping layers of reality. And somewhere in that maze, the portal guardians were waiting. The lights began to flicker again, and in the momentary darkness between each flash, Sarah could swear she saw figures wearing long dark robes standing in the corners of the hallway, watching. The hotel was living, breathing around her, and she was trapped in its bowels, searching for a truth that could cost her her life. Sarah advanced down the Cecil's shifting hallway, her flashlight illuminating jumbled numbers on the doors. Elizabeth Short's information about room 704 echoed in her mind as she tried to remain calm. The sound of shuffling footsteps continued to multiply, as if an invisible procession was approaching from all sides. A half-open door caught her attention. 517. The number didn't mean anything special, but something drew her to that room. He slowly pushed the door open, revealing a room that appeared to be in a state of rapid deterioration. The wallpaper peeled off in real time, revealing layers from different decades underneath. In the center of the room, a hunched figure sat in a rocking chair. It was Mr. Thompson, the receptionist, but there was something different about his appearance. His skin had a waxy quality, and his eyes reflected an ancient wisdom that had not been present before. "You're looking in the wrong place, Miss Martinez," he said, his voice sounding deeper and more resonant than before. "Room 704 does not exist at all times. The hotel chooses when to reveal it. Are you one of them? One of the guardians?" Sarah asked, keeping her distance. Thompson smiled, a gesture that distorted his face in an unnatural way. "I'm just an observer. I've been here since the founding of the Cecil. I've seen them all come and go. The guests, the investigators, the curious. I saw Elizabeth Short on her last night. I saw Elisa Lamb discover too much. The room began to change around them. The walls breathed, expanding and contracting like a living organism. The symbols Sarah had seen before danced across the surface, forming complex patterns that made her eyes hurt as she tried to focus on them. "The Tongva knew," Thompson continued. "This place is a nexus, a point where different realities touch. The hotel was built to control this energy, channel it. But some things cannot be controlled eternally." Sarah took out her cell phone, trying to photograph the symbols on the walls, but the images were distorted, as if reality refused to be captured digitally. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because you're already too involved to back out. The hotel chose you, just like it chose others before. The question is, will you be another victim, or will you discover the truth?" A distant scream echoed through the halls, followed by the sound of several doors slamming simultaneously. Thompson stood up, his form seeming darker and more undefined. "They're coming. The Guardians know you spoke to Elizabeth. They need Pador to stop you from finding the book." "How do I find room 704? Sarah insisted, feeling like her time was running out. "Follow the prime numbers," Thompson replied cryptically. "The hotel has its own mathematics. The corridors follow a pattern, even when they seem chaotic. But be careful. Some paths lead to places from which there is no return." Sarah heard shuffling footsteps approaching the room. When he turned to the door, he saw shadows moving beneath it, denser and darker than normal shadows. Thompson had disappeared, leaving only the rocking chair that continued to move on its own. Quickly leaving the room, Sarah began to pay attention to the door numbers. 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13. The prime numbers. The hallways seemed to subtly rearrange themselves as she followed the sequence, as if the hotel was responding to her understanding. In his mind, he began to put the pieces of the puzzle together. The Tongva rituals, the calculated deaths, the symbols on the walls. It was all part of a larger pattern. The Cecil wasn't just a portal. It was a living machine designed to channel energy through the layers of reality. A cold wind blew through the hall, bringing with it whispers in an ancient language. Sarah recognized some words from her studies of the Tongva, but the meaning remained unclear. The lights began to flash in a pattern that resembled Morse code. Arriving at an intersection of corridors, Sarah saw 3 possible paths. In each of them, a hooded figure stood motionless. The portal guardians had finally revealed themselves. Their dark robes seemed to absorb the light, and where their faces should have been, there were only deep shadows. "The journalist who wants to know too much," a voice reverberated, seeming to come from all directions at once. "Don't you understand that some truths need to remain hidden?" Sarah took a few steps back, her heart beating fast. The figures didn't move, but she could feel their invisible gazes fixed on her. The air grew thicker, charged with a static energy that made the hairs on his arms stand on end. The book contains dangerous knowledge, another voice pronounced. Knowledge that has cost many lives. Elizabeth Short was just one of many who tried to expose our secrets. The symbols on the walls began to pulse with a light of their own, forming patterns that seemed to point in a specific direction. Sarah realized that the hotel was trying to show her something, an alternative path that the guardians couldn't see. Last chance, the third figure spoke. Leave now, forget what you saw, or join the others who defied the ancient laws. Sarah looked at the pulsing symbols, then at the shadowy figures. I had come too far to give up now. Elizabeth Short had shown him the way. Thompson had given him the clues, and now the hotel itself seemed to be on his side. With a quick movement, Sarah ran towards one of the walls where the symbols glowed most brightly. To his surprise, the wall opened like water, revealing a secret passage. Behind her, she heard the guardians shout in an ancient language, their voices distorted with rage. The passage took her to a new corridor, unlike any other she had seen in the hotel. The walls were bare stone, with the same symbols carved directly into the rock. In front of him, an ancient wooden door bore the number 704 in oxidized bronze. Sarah had found the original room, Cecil's heart. Now she needed to find out what the book contained before the guardians caught up with her. The hotel kept changing around her, temporarily protecting her, but she knew she didn't have much time. Sarah turned the doorknob to room 704, feeling the ancient energy pulse through the metal. The door opened with a deep creak, revealing a circular room lit by black candles that burned with bluish flames. In the center, on a stone pedestal, was a book bound in dark leather. The guardian's footsteps echoed closer and closer as she approached the pedestal. The book seemed to vibrate with its own energy, and when Sarah touched it, she felt an electric current run through her body. The pages were made of a material she didn't recognize, thinner than paper, covered in a mixture of Tongva, symbols and notes in several languages. The Book of Passages, a familiar voice said from behind her. Elizabeth Short had materialized near the door, her black dress billowing like smoke. The original plans for the Cecil, but not just for the physical hotel, for the paths between, the realities it connects. Sarah began quickly leafing through the book, photographing the pages with her cell phone. The guardians. Are they the original architects of the hotel? No, Elizabeth replied, her form becoming more solid. They are much older. The hotel was built following your instructions, each room positioned precisely to create a larger pattern. The deaths are not accidents. They are energy coordinates, points of power on Cecil's dimensional map. The walls of room 704 began to reveal their true nature. They were not made of brick or concrete, but of overlapping three-dimensional symbols, pulsing with their own light. Sarah recognized repeating patterns in photographs of the hotel's victims, the position of Elizabeth Short's body, the water tank where Elisa Lam was found, each alleged suicide in the specific windows. They're trying to open something, Sarah realized, connecting the dots. Each death is part of a larger ritual, fueling what? A tremor shook the hotel, making the candles flicker. A door, Elizabeth replied, her voice thick with urgency. A permanent passage between our world and elsewhere. The Tongva maintained balance, allowing only temporary openings during their rituals. But the Guardians want more. Sarah found a page that showed the hotel in different, overlapping layers of reality, like an impossible anatomy of time and space. The corridors that changed, the doors that led to different places. It was all part of a living, breathing mechanism through the decades. The sound of chanting began to echo off the walls, an ancient harmony that made the air vibrate. They have begun the final ritual, Elizabeth warned. They need one more sacrifice to complete the pattern. That's why they brought you here. How do I stop them? Sarah asked, her mind racing to process all the information. Reverse the flow, a new voice replied. Thompson had appeared on the other side of the room, his form now clearly otherworldly. The book contains the Tongva's original protective symbols. If you can reactivate them. Sarah frantically flipped through the book until she found a page with concentric circular symbols. The Guardians' voices were closer, their chants making the very walls of room 704 pulse in tune. With her hands shaking, Sarah began to draw the symbols on the floor using her own blood, cutting her palm with a piece of metal loose from the pedestal. Elizabeth and Thompson watched in silence, their forms wavering like flames in the wind. The room's doors exploded inwards, revealing the Guardians in their dark robes. The air crackled with ancient energy as they advanced. Their voices joined in a chant that seemed to distort reality itself. But Sarah had completed the circle of protection. The symbols began to glow with a golden light, creating a barrier between her and the Guardians. The entire hotel shook, and through the walls she could see other layers of reality overlapping, glimpses of different eras of the Cecil, all existing simultaneously. You don't understand what you're doing, one of the Guardians roared, his voice reverberating at impossible frequencies. The portal must be opened. The cycle must be completed. No, Sarah replied, her voice steady as she held the book. Cecil is not yours to control. Never was. The protective symbols pulsed more intensely, and Sarah felt the power of the ancient Tongva flow through her. The hotel responded, not to the Guardian's will, but to its true nature as a nexus between worlds. The walls began to reorganize, not in chaos, but returning to a more natural, more balanced pattern. The Guardians screamed in fury as their bodies began to dissolve, sucked in by an invisible force. The ritual they had maintained for decades was being undone, their connections to the hotel unraveling. The hotel has always been a guardian unto itself, Elizabeth explained, smiling as her form began to stabilize, becoming more real. They just twisted it for their purposes. Sarah watched in amazement as the Cecil transformed around her. The corridors returned to their original places, the layers of reality settling into a natural balance. The souls trapped in the hotel, Elizabeth, Thompson, everyone else, were no longer trapped in a cycle of terror, but existed as a natural part of the place. When it was all over, Sarah found herself back in her original room, 514. The book was still in her hands, but now it was just a record, no longer a source of power. The hotel had returned to its original purpose, a meeting place between worlds, but one that respected the natural laws of the universe. On her laptop, Sarah began writing her story, not just about the deaths and mysteries, but about the true nature of the Cecil Hotel. Some truths needed to be told, even if the world wasn't ready to fully believe them. And on the walls of the hotel, the symbols still danced softly, but now in peaceful harmony, guarding their secrets for those who were ready to understand them. The wind howled across the Andes Mountains like an ancient lament, carrying with it the scent of medicinal herbs and damp earth. Nina watched the sacred flame with growing concern, her dark eyes reflecting the fading glow of the fire that, for centuries, had protected her village. At 25, she was the youngest guardian of the sacred fire in the history of Wakanamarka, a responsibility she had inherited from her grandmother, Mama Quila, after her passing the previous year. The small stone chamber where the fire was kept was filled with the smell of burning wood and sacred herbs. The walls, decorated with ancient symbols, told stories of past guardians and their journeys to keep alive the flame that, according to ancient legends, had been bestowed by the gods themselves. Nina adjusted her colorful poncho and walked closer to the altar where the flame danced precariously. Something's wrong, she muttered to herself, noting how the colors of the fire had gradually changed over the past few weeks, turning from vibrant golden red to a pale, moody blue. Her fingers caressed the silver medallion she wore around her neck, a family heirloom that symbolized her position as guardian. Outside the sacred chamber, life in the village continued its usual rhythm. Children ran between the adobe houses, their laughter echoing through the narrow stone streets. Women wove on their colorful looms, creating patterns that told stories as old as the mountains that surrounded them. Men tended herds of llamas on the verdant hillsides, keeping alive the way of life that had persisted for generations. His uncle, Pablo, a middle-aged man with graying hair and a sun-kissed face, was the only one who seemed to share his concern. As the village's shaman, he understood better than anyone the importance of sacred fire for the spiritual balance of the community. That morning, he entered the sacred chamber with heavy steps, his normally serene face marked by lines of worry. "The signals are getting stronger, niece," he said, his gaze fixed on the weakening flame. "Birds are flying in strange patterns, and medicinal plants aren't growing as they should. The balance is falling apart." Nina nodded, feeling the weight of her words. "What can we do, Uncle? I've tried all the rituals Mama Kila taught me, but nothing seems to strengthen the fire." Pablo took an old parchment from his bag, its edges worn away by time. "I found this among the sacred writings," he explained, carefully unfolding the document. "It speaks of an earlier time when the sacred fire also weakened. The solution was in the Wakapunku volcano." Nina felt a shiver run down her spine. Wakapunku volcano was a mystical place, considered the abode of the gods by the ancients. Located several days' travel from the village, it was surrounded by legends of guardian entities and mystical trials that tested those who dared approach. "According to the scroll," Pablo continued, "the flame needs to be renewed with the primordial fire that still burns deep within the volcano. But the journey is dangerous, and many who have tried have never returned." A heavy silence filled the chamber. Nina looked at the fading flame, thinking of all the generations of guardians who had kept that fire burning. In his mind, he saw his grandmother's face, her wise and gentle eyes, and remembered her words. Fire is not just light and heat, it is the very soul of our people. I need to go, he finally declared, his voice firm despite the fear that was beginning to settle in his heart. If we do nothing, the fire will go out, and with it, part of who we are will also die. Pablo placed a hand on his shoulder, his eyes reflecting both pride and concern. The journey will test not only your physical strength, but also your faith and your ability to understand ancient truths in new ways. The mountain spirits are not kind to those who cling too much to the past or who completely reject the wisdom of the elders. That night, as the full moon illuminated the valley, Nina prepared for her journey. In his fabric bag, he kept medicinal herbs, dried foods, and a small special container for carrying the sacred flame. He put on his sturdiest clothes and put on his firmest leather sandals. News of his imminent departure spread quickly through the village. At dawn, all the inhabitants gathered in the central square for a farewell ceremony. The elders sang ancient blessings, while the children placed small offerings at Nina's feet: wildflowers, colored stones, and small protective amulets. Among the crowd, Nina spotted Yaku, her childhood friend, and now a skilled tracker. He approached with a determined gleam in his eyes. I'm not going to let you make this journey alone, he declared. I know the mountains better than anyone, and two pairs of eyes see better than one. Nina felt a wave of gratitude and relief. Yaku was known for his courage and knowledge of the mountain's ways, and his presence would be invaluable. Plus, there was something comforting about not having to face the challenges that lay ahead completely alone. Pablo performed one last protective ritual, burning sacred herbs and marking Nina and Yaku's foreheads with ashes from the sacred fire. Remember, he said, his voice filled with ancient wisdom, the path to Wakapunku is not just a journey through the mountains, but a crossing between worlds. The ancient spirits will watch you, and their intentions must be as pure as the very fire they seek to renew. As the sun began to rise from behind the mountains, turning the sky pink and gold, Nina and Yaku began their journey. The entire village watched them leave, their voices united in an ancient song of protection that echoed across the valley. Nina looked one last time at the sacred chamber, where the flame continued to weaken, and felt the weight of her mission stronger than ever. The future of her people depended on the success of this journey, and she was determined not to fail. The first day of hiking turned out to be more challenging than Nina and Yaku had imagined. The steep, uneven terrain of the mountains required constant attention, while the thin air at increasingly higher altitudes made each step more laborious. The sun, although bright in the crystal blue sky of the Andes, offered little warmth against the biting wind that blew between the snow-capped peaks. Yaku led the way, his experience as a tracker evident in the way he chose the safest trails and identified natural landmarks. Nina followed him closely, carrying with extreme care the small container that contained part of the sacred flame, necessary for the renewal ritual. The silver medallion around his neck seemed to pulse occasionally, as if responding to invisible forces around them. The mountain spirits are restless, Yaku commented, stopping briefly to examine strange markings in the rocky ground. Look at these formations. They are not natural. Something or someone has altered the traditional paths. Nina came closer to watch. The stones formed circular patterns that resembled the ancient symbols of the sacred chamber, but there was something different about them, something that caused an inexplicable discomfort. Mama Quilla used to say that the mountains have their own language, she replied, recalling her grandmother's teachings. Maybe they're trying to tell us something. As they advanced, the landscape began to change subtly. The vegetation, typical of lower altitudes, gave way to more resistant and strange plants, some of which Nina had never seen before. Flowers of impossible colors sprouted among the rocks, and phosphorescent lichens covered the walls of the rock formations. At dusk, they found a small plateau, protected from the wind, where they decided to camp. While Yaku prepared a place for the fire, Nina performed a protective ritual, scattering sacred herbs in a circle around the camp. The sweet smell of the plants mixed with the fine mountain air, creating an almost dreamlike atmosphere. During the night, strange sounds echoed across the mountains. Not just the usual howling of the wind, but ancient melodies that seemed to emerge from the rocks themselves. Nina watched the small flame they had brought, noting how it seemed to respond to these mysterious sounds, dancing in patterns that told silent stories. Are you listening too? Yaku asked, his voice little more than a whisper. The old songs. My grandfather talked about them, but I always thought they were just legends. Nina nodded, feeling a shiver run down her spine. They are the invisible guardians, he replied, remembering the stories his grandmother told. They test those who dare cross their domain. The night advanced, and with it came visions in the dancing shadows of the fire. Nina saw faces in the flames, elders long dead, fire guardians who had gone before her, all seeming to watch her with enigmatic expressions. In his restless dreams, memories of his childhood mixed with omens of what was to come. At dawn, they discovered that the surrounding landscape had completely transformed. Where once there was a clearly defined path, now stretched a maze of rocks and mist. The air was charged with static energy, and small floating lights danced in the mist, as if inviting travelers to follow them. The spirits are playing with us, Yaku said, his expression serious as he studied the altered terrain. We need to be careful. Not all lights lead to the right path. Nina closed her eyes for a moment, focusing on the weight of the locket on her chest and the warmth of the sacred vessel. When he opened them again, he noticed a subtle pattern in the mist, similar to the designs that decorated the walls of the sacred chamber in his village. There, she pointed, indicating a specific direction. The symbols are the same ones Mama Quilla taught me to read. They're showing us the way. Following the mystical signs, the two travelers entered deeper into the territory of the mountain spirits. With each step, the air grew thicker with otherworldly energy, and the stones beneath his feet seemed to vibrate with an ancient, indecipherable power. At one point, they came across a narrow passage between two rock walls. Ancient inscriptions covered the surfaces, glowing with a light of their own that pulsed like a beating heart. Nina recognized some of the symbols. They were warnings and promises, tests and challenges that awaited those who sought sacred knowledge. The scriptures speak of proofs, Nina murmured, translating the inscriptions. They say we must be prepared to abandon old certainties and embrace new understandings. Yaku watched the walls with a mixture of fascination and apprehension. My people have stories about travelers who faced such trials. Some returned transformed, others were never seen again. As they crossed the pass, the air began to grow warmer, and a reddish glow could be seen in the distance. Wakapunku volcano was nearby, its presence increasingly palpable in the atmosphere charged with mystical power. Nina felt that each step took them not only closer to the volcano, but also deeper into a realm where the laws of nature they knew no longer fully applied. It was a territory where the old and the new, the physical and the spiritual, intertwined in unpredictable ways. The journey was just beginning, and the real challenges were yet to come. As they advanced, Nina couldn't help but think about her village, the weakening fire she had left behind, and the responsibility she carried on her shoulders. The future of his people depended on their ability to understand and harmonize the ancient traditions with the new revelations that the path would present to them. The red glow in the distance intensified as Nina and Yaku approached, and the air became increasingly dense and hot. The medallion around Nina's neck pulsed more strongly, as if responding to the proximity of the ancient power emanating from Wakapunku volcano. The rock walls around him seemed alive, shimmering with golden veins that resembled the veins of a gigantic, ancient being. Something is different, Yaku whispered, stopping abruptly. His experienced gaze roamed the rock formations with concern. The air is charged with something other than heat. Nina felt it too. It was as if invisible threads of energy wove the space around them, creating a web of mystical power that grew denser with each step. The small container containing the sacred flame in his bag vibrated gently, responding to this ancient energy. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet began to tremble slightly, and a thick, multicolored mist emerged from the cracks in the rocks. The mist danced in the air as if it had a life of its own, forming patterns that resembled the village's sacred symbols. Nina realized that this was no ordinary fog. It was a manifestation of the mountain spirits themselves. The guardians, she murmured, remembering her grandmother's stories. They are here to test us. The mist began to condense, taking on vaguely humanoid shapes. They were ethereal, translucent figures that shone with an inner light that constantly changed color. Their faces were nondescript, but Nina could feel their piercing gazes fixed on her and Yaku. A deep, ancient voice echoed through the air, seeming to come from all directions at once. Those who seek the primordial fire must prove themselves. Knowledge old and new must flow as one river. The spectral figures began to move in a circle around the two travelers, their shapes constantly changing. Nina realized that each of them carried a different aspect of her people's ancestral wisdom, but she also noticed elements she didn't recognize, symbols and patterns that seemed to come from an as yet unrevealed future. The first test, announced another voice, this time as gentle as a mountain breeze. is that of understanding. The air before them rippled, and a series of images began to form, scenes from their village's history mixed with visions of unknown places and times. Nina saw her grandmother performing sacred rituals, but she also saw different ways of channeling and preserving the power of fire that she had never imagined before. The paths are many, the voice continued, but the truth is one. Show us that you can see beyond the forms. Yaku stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the unfolding visions. Techniques may change, he said, his voice firm, but respect for sacred power remains the same. Nina felt a deep understanding awaken within her. Fire is not just the flame we see, she said, the words flowing naturally. It is the energy that connects all things, which can manifest itself in different ways without losing its essence. The spectral figures seemed to approve, their forms glowing more brightly for a moment. The mist transformed again, this time creating a path that snaked between the rocks, marked by small blue flames that floated in the air. As they advanced along the indicated path, Nina and Yaku noticed that the mountain itself was changing around them. The rock walls took on impossible shapes, bent and twisted, as if reality itself was being shaped by guardian spirits. The second test, announced a third voice, deep and resonant, like distant thunder, is that of adaptation. The ground beneath his feet began to move, transforming into different terrains with each step. One moment they were on solid rock, the next on quicksand, then on slippery ice. It was as if each step took them to a completely different environment. True strength is not in blind resistance, echoed the voice, but in the ability to flow like water, adapting without losing your essence. Nina and Yaku had to work together, using their experience and instincts to find ways to navigate each new challenge. Sometimes, the traditional climbing techniques Yaku knew came in handy. At other times, they needed to completely improvise new approaches. Nina's medallion continued to pulse, but now she noticed that its rhythm was changing according to the environment, as if it was helping her tune in to the different energies they encountered. The small sacred flame in its container also responded, its colors subtly changing to harmonize with each new situation. See how the fire adapts, Nina observed, showing Yaku the container. He does not fight change, but embraces it, maintaining his essence even when his form alters. The spectral figures watched intently, their ethereal forms undulating with approval. The path continued to unfold before them, closer and closer to the volcano, whose red glow now colored the entire sky above. The journey was far from over, but Nina felt that each test was not just an obstacle to overcome, but a vital lesson in the true nature of the power she had sworn to protect. Her grandmother's words echoed in her mind. The sacred fire is not just a flame to be maintained, but a living wisdom that must grow and evolve with each new generation. As they advanced, the air grew hotter and denser, charged with the volcano's ancient energy. Nina knew that the next challenges would be even more intense, but now she better understood what was at stake. It was not just about keeping a tradition alive, but about allowing it to renew itself and grow stronger, like the fire itself that danced eternally deep within the earth. The heat intensified with each step, toward Wakapunku volcano, and Nina could feel the ancient power pulsing through the earth beneath her feet. The locket around his neck was almost hot to the touch, vibrating in tune with the mystical energies that permeated the air. Yaku walked beside him, his face marked by determination and a thin layer of sweat. The rock walls around them had transformed into a gallery of multicolored crystals that emitted a soft, pulsing light. Each crystal seemed to contain memories and visions, some from the distant past, others from possible futures. Nina saw reflections of ancient fire guardians performing forgotten rituals and glimpses of ceremonies not yet imagined. The third test, announced a voice that seemed to emerge from the crystals themselves, is that of inner truth. The air around them began to shimmer, and Nina felt an invisible force pulling her consciousness into herself. It was as if his spirit was separating from his body, floating in a space between realities. Beside him, Yaku seemed to be going through the same experience, his eyes fixed on something only he could see. In this altered state, Nina found herself in a vast hall of mirrors, each showing a different version of herself. In some, she saw herself as the traditional guardian of the fire, performing the ancient rituals exactly as her grandmother had taught her. In others, he found himself exploring new paths, discovering different ways of channeling and preserving sacred power. Which one is the real you? Whispered the voice of the guardians. Which way is correct? Nina watched each reflection carefully, feeling the weight of the choice. His mind returned to his grandmother's words, to the teachings about the changing nature of fire, and to the understanding he had gained during his journey. With sudden clarity, he understood that he didn't need to choose between the different versions. They are all true, she replied, her voice echoing in the mystical space. Just as fire can take different forms without losing its essence, I can honor tradition while embracing change. The true guardian is not one who sticks to a single form, but one who understands the eternal dance between old and new. By his side, Yaku also faced his own visions. I see now, he said, that my role is not just to guide through the mountain's physical paths, but to help build bridges between the past and the future. The mirrors began to dissolve, their reflections merging into a single bright light that enveloped them. When the light dissipated, Nina and Yaku found themselves in a natural chamber within the mountain, where giant crystals grew from the floor and ceiling like pillars of solidified light. The small container containing the sacred flame pulsed more intensely now, its light dancing in harmony with the surrounding crystals. Nina realized that each crystal contained a different frequency of energy, like notes in a cosmic song that echoed through the ages. Ancient knowledge is preserved here, explained one of the spectral figures that had reappeared, not as something static, but as a living seed that continues to grow and transform. While traversing the crystal chamber, Nina and Yaku discovered ancient inscriptions that seemed to change as they were read, revealing deeper layers of meaning. They were instructions for rituals, but not just traditional ones. They showed how ancient practices could be adapted and expanded to respond to the world's changing needs. The heat gradually increased, and the red glow of the volcano became more intense through cracks in the walls of the chamber. Nina could feel the power of primordial fire calling to her, but she also realized that there was still more to learn before she could reach it. The fourth test, announced a new voice, this time sounding like the crackling of flames, is that of the union of opposites. The space around them began to divide into two distinct halves, one side representing the primordial chaos of fire in its purest state, the other showing the order and structure of rituals refined over generations. It was as if they were on the threshold between two worlds, each pulling them in a different direction. To reach the primordial fire, the voice continued, you must find the point of balance where opposites meet and harmonize. Nina held the vessel with the sacred flame in front of her, observing how it reacted to the conflicting energies. Rather than being disturbed by duality, the flame seemed to dance between the two forces, creating its own pattern of movement that incorporated elements of both. It's like breathing, Nina said, understanding. We breathe in and out, two opposing movements that form a perfect cycle. Chaos and order are not truly opposites, but parts of a greater whole. Yaku added his own understanding. The mountain trails teach us the same. Sometimes we must follow the established path. Other times we must create new paths. Wisdom lies in knowing when to do each. Opposing energies began to circulate around them, forming a spiraling pattern that resembled ancient infinity symbols. Nina and Yaku moved through this pattern, their steps becoming a kind of ritual dance that harmonized the different forces. Nina's locket glowed more and more brightly, and she could feel the ancient knowledge flowing through it, not like a rigid set of rules, but like a living wisdom that adapted and evolved. Each step took them closer to the heart of the volcano, where the primordial fire waited. The walls of the chamber began to pulse with a golden red glow, and the air became even thicker with mystical power. Nina knew that they were approaching the crucial moment of their journey, where all the tests and learnings would converge at a single point of transformation. The air vibrated with mystical energy as Nina and Yaku traversed the final chamber, approaching the heart of Wakapunku volcano. The heat was almost unbearable now, but an inner strength kept them moving. The medallion around Nina's neck glowed with never-before-seen intensity, as if responding to the call of primordial fire. The rock walls around him had turned to pure obsidian, reflecting not only his physical images, but also echoes of all the guardians who had made this journey before. Nina saw faces both familiar and strange, all united by the same sacred purpose throughout the ages. The final test reverberated a voice that seemed to come from the very depths of the earth, is that of transformation. Before them, the path opened into a vast circular chamber where magma flowed in hypnotic patterns through crystalline channels in the walls. In the center, rising like a pillar of living light, was primordial fire, a flame that danced in colors that human eyes could barely comprehend. Nina felt her entire body resonate with ancient power. The small vessel that carried the flame of their village pulsed in response, as if recognizing its primordial origin. Yaku remained at his side, his face illuminated by the unearthly glow, offering silent support. To renew the sacred fire, the voice continued, You must first renew yourselves. What you have been until now must die, so that something new can be born. The air around them began to sparkle with specks of light, and Nina felt a transformation beginning within her. It was as if every cell in his body was awakening to a new form of consciousness. Memories of her life, the lessons of her grandmother, the traditions of her village, the discoveries of this journey flowed through her like a river of light. Yaku was also changing, his body emanating an aura that blended the colors of earth with the glow of fire. It's as if you can feel every mountain path, he whispered, not just with your feet, but with your own spirit. The spectral figures of the guardians appeared one last time, their forms clearer and more defined than before. Nina recognized among them the face of her grandmother, Mamaquila, smiling with approval and love. The primordial fire, explained one of the guardians, is not only a source of power, but a portal to deeper understanding. Those who touch it are never the same. Nina advanced toward the central flame, feeling the intense heat not as a threat, but as a transformative embrace. The container in his hands began to glow, the small flame of his village dancing in anticipation of meeting its original source. With a fluid movement, guided by a wisdom that went beyond conscious knowledge, Nina lifted the container. The primordial fire responded, reaching out like a living being to touch the smaller flame. At the moment of contact, an explosion of light filled the chamber. Nina felt like she was being plunged into an ocean of fire. But there was no pain, just an overwhelming sense of connection with all things. He saw the history of his village not as a straight line from past to present, but as an ever-expanding circle, each generation adding new layers of meaning to ancient knowledge. When the light dimmed, the container in his hands contained something more than a simple flame. It was as if a star had been captured within, pulsing with renewed life and power. But the transformation wasn't just in the fire. Nina and Yaku had changed profoundly. You have completed the tests, announced the voice of the guardians. Not because you have proven your strength or wisdom, but because you understand that true power lies in the ability to grow and change without losing your essence. The way back began to reveal itself, but it was different from the one they had taken. The mountain walls seemed more alive, each crystal singing a note in the great symphony of the universe that they could now clearly hear. The fire we took back, Nina said, her voice carrying a new tone of understanding, isn't just stronger, it's more adaptable, more alive. Just as we've changed, so has he changed. Yaku nodded, his eyes reflecting the new light they carried. And our journey doesn't end here. Every step back to the village will be part of our ongoing transformation. As they made their way back, Nina understood that her mission as guardian had changed. It was no longer just about keeping a flame burning, but about nurturing a living fire that could grow and adapt along with its people. The mountains seemed to sing around them, celebrating not just their success, but the beginning of a new cycle. The renewed fire in his hands was a constant reminder that the strongest traditions are not those that remain unchanged, but those that find ways to renew themselves without losing their essential truth. When we get home, said Nina, we will have a lot to teach, but even more to learn. The sun began to set over the horizon, painting the sky with the same colors as the primordial fire. Nina and Yaku walked down the mountain transformed, carrying not only a renewed flame, but a deeper understanding of the balance between preserving the old and embracing the new. The journey was over, but another was just beginning. Wakapunku volcano dwindled behind them, its presence still pulsing in their hearts as an eternal reminder of the power of transformation and the infinite dance between tradition and change. In the greenlands of ancient Ireland, where the sea meets the cliffs in an eternal embrace, there lived a giant whose name echoed throughout the hills and valleys, Mcool. He was not just any giant, but the leader of the Fianna, the legendary warriors who protected the Emerald Isle. Standing at an impressive 7 meters tall, Finn was known not only for his extraordinary strength, but also for his wisdom and kindness towards everyone who inhabited those mystical lands. In his home at the top of County Antrim, Finn lived a peaceful life with his beloved wife Una, a woman of normal height, but with an extraordinary intelligence that compensated for any difference in size between them. Una was known for her cunning and ability to solve complex problems with creative solutions, characteristics that made her Finn's most trusted advisor. Mornings on the north coast of Ireland were filled with the sound of waves crashing against the black rocks that stretched as far as the eye could see. Finn spent his days helping the locals, moving gigantic rocks to create shelters, helping fishermen rescue their boats in stormy weather, and telling old stories around fires that he lit with logs the size of ordinary houses. However, the peace of this routine was shattered one particularly foggy morning when a messenger arrived, panting at Finn's door. The little man brought disturbing news from across the sea, from the land of the Scots. Benandonir, the feared giant of Scotland, was spreading rumors throughout the Northlands, questioning Finn Mcool's courage and strength. "Great Finn," said the messenger, still catching his breath, "Benandonir says you are just a fairy tale giant who lacks the courage to face you in a fair duel. He challenges your honor and your position as the protector of these lands." Finn, who had never refused a challenge in his entire life, felt his blood boil in his gigantic veins. Una, who was nearby, preparing a pot of soup large enough to feed her husband, watched with concern the change in the expression of the giant she loved. "No one questions my honor or my courage," Finn thundered, his voice making the windows of the house shake. "If Benandonir wants a duel, he will have a duel." There was, however, one small problem. The Irish Sea separated the two giants. Even for someone of Finn's size, crossing was impossible due to the depth of the water. It was then that an idea began to form in his colossal mind. "If I can't swim across, I'll build a path," declared Finn, with the characteristic determination that made him legendary. In the days that followed, Finn began his greatest undertaking. With his enormous hands, he plucked hexagonal basalt columns from the nearby cliffs, carefully selecting each piece to create a causeway that would stretch across the sea to the Scottish coast. The work was Herculean, even for a giant. Each column of volcanic rock needed to be perfectly positioned to ensure the structure could support its enormous weight. As Finn worked tirelessly on his project, Una couldn't shake a feeling of restlessness. She had heard stories about Benandoner, and something in them worried her deeply. Travelers from Scotland spoke of a giant of proportions even more frightening than Finn's, with a reputation for cruelty that made even the bravest warriors tremble. Day after day, Finn continued his construction. The sound of rocks being ripped from the earth and thrown into the sea echoed for miles. Local fishermen watched in amazement as the causeway took shape, stretching further and further towards Scotland. The hexagonal columns fit perfectly together, creating a pattern so regular it seemed to have been designed by the gods themselves. At night, when Finn returned home exhausted, Una would tend to his calloused hands and subtly try to make him reconsider his decision. "My love," she said in her soft voice, "sometimes true strength lies in knowing how to choose your battles." But Finn, with his wounded pride and unshakable determination, just smiled and replied, "My dear Una, a Mcool never backs down from a challenge. Besides, what kind of protector would I be if I allowed anyone to question my ability to defend our land?" As the weeks passed and the causeway came closer and closer to the Scottish coast, rumors began to circulate about Benandoner's approach. Travelers reported seeing a monstrous shadow moving among the mountains of Scotland, and the sound of heavy footsteps echoed across the sea at night. It was during this period that Una began to notice subtle changes in her husband's behavior. Although he maintained his confident posture during the day, at night she would catch him looking thoughtfully at the horizon, as if trying to glimpse the silhouette of his future opponent through the mist that constantly covered the sea. The tension grew with each stone placed, with each meter gained over the turbulent waters. The Giant's Causeway, as people began to call it, was almost complete, and with it, the anxiety of everyone who knew the legend of the two giants also grew. The confrontation between Finn Mcool and Benandoner promised to be an event that would be remembered for generations, but no one could have predicted the extraordinary development that story was about to take. With the causeway almost complete, Finn finally caught a glimpse of his adversary through the sea fog. What he saw made his giant heart freeze. Benandoner was truly monstrous, surpassing him in size by a considerable margin. His shoulders were as broad as mountains, and his arms looked like the trunks of ancient redwood trees. The realization that he had severely underestimated his opponent began to weigh on Finn. Una, always attentive to her husband's changing moods, immediately noticed his disturbance when he returned home that evening. "What worries you, my love?" she asked, even though she already knew the answer. Finn, for the first time showing vulnerability, confessed his apprehensions. "Una, my dear, I fear I have made a terrible mistake. Benandoner is larger than anything I have ever seen. His size makes me look like a child beside him," he admitted, sitting down heavily in his specially reinforced chair, which nevertheless creaked under his weight. The cunning wife, however, was already beginning to formulate a plan in her brilliant mind. Years of being with Finn had taught him that brute force wasn't always the answer to every problem. "My giant," she said, her calm voice masking the intensity of her thoughts, "let me take care of this." In the days that followed, Una put a meticulously crafted plan into practice. First, He instructed Finn to continue working on the sidewalk as if nothing was wrong, thus keeping up appearances. Meanwhile, she began making extraordinary preparations in her home. With the help of the locals, who adored Finn and would do anything to help him, Una began transforming her home. He had a gigantic crib built in the master bedroom, big enough to accommodate Finn. He gathered enormous amounts of straw and fabric, sewing what appeared to be baby clothes on a gigantic scale. The women of the village joined her, weaving and sewing day and night. The men worked tirelessly, building the crib and modifying the house. The entire community mobilized, keeping their work secret, aware of the importance of their mission. Amid these preparations, Una also began to cook differently. In addition to Finn's regular meals, she prepared special breads, some made with flour and water, others mixed with stones the size of human fists, carefully disguised in the dough. His plan was beginning to take shape, every detail meticulously thought out. Meanwhile, Finn continued his work on the sidewalk, now with an even greater weight on his heart. With each stone he placed, he felt closer to a destiny he feared facing. The coastal inhabitants began to notice changes in his normally jovial demeanor. He sang less as he worked, and his thunderous laughter, which used to echo across the hills, became increasingly rare. At night, when Finn returned home, he found Una always busy with her mysterious preparations. She reassured him with an enigmatic smile, saying only, "Trust me, my love. Not all problems need to be solved with force." The tension reached its peak when, one particularly bright morning, the sound of heavy footsteps began to echo across the sea. Each impact caused the earth to shake, and waves formed on the surface of the water. Benandonair was approaching along the newly constructed sidewalk. The inhabitants of the coast rushed to their homes, closing doors and windows. Some braver ones hid behind rocks to witness what was to come. Finn himself felt a shiver run down his gigantic spine as the footsteps became closer and more audible. It was at this moment that Una carried out the first part of her plan. "Quick, my love," she said, with controlled urgency. "Put on these baby clothes and lie down in the crib. Don't say a word, no matter what." Finn, trusting his wife completely, followed her instructions even though he didn't fully understand the plan. He lay down in the huge crib, feeling extremely foolish, as Una covered him with giant blankets and adjusted his baby clothes. The sound of Benandonair's footsteps was now so close, it made the walls of the house shake. Una took a deep breath, adjusted her dress, and prepared to receive her unwanted visitor. She knew that the next few moments would determine the fate of not only her husband, but the entire Irish coast. "Where's Finn Mcool?" thundered a voice that seemed to come from the depths of the earth. The door of the house shook with Benandonair's powerful knocks. It was time for Una to put her plan into practice, a strategy that depended more on cunning than strength. The small woman opened the door, facing the Scottish giant with a calm that masked her racing heart. Benandonair filled the entire entrance with his colossal form, his eyes scanning the house in search of his rival. Una, maintaining admirable composure in the face of the monstrous visitor, prepared to execute the most audacious of plans, a performance that would require all of her intelligence and improvisation skills. Una bowed gracefully before the gigantic visitor. maintaining a serene expression that did not reveal her inner nervousness. "Welcome to our humble abode," she said, her voice firm and hospitable. "I apologize, but Finn has gone hunting in the mountains. Please come in and get some rest from your long journey." Benandone had to bend down considerably to get through the door, and even then his head brushed the high ceiling of the house. His eyes roamed the room, noticing the giant-scale furniture and oversized utensils that belonged to Finn. "How long until he returns?" asked the Scottish giant, his voice making the windows rattle. "Oh, he should be back by nightfall," replied Una casually, as she went to the stove. "In the meantime, allow me to offer you something to eat. You must be hungry after crossing all that sidewalk." The Scottish giant nodded, still suspicious, but the mention of food piqued his interest. Una began to serve the breads she had prepared especially for this occasion. First she offered Benandonner those with hidden stones inside. As the visitor struggled to chew the rocky bread, breaking a few teeth in the process, a loud, childish cry echoed through the house. Benandonner's eyes widened when he realized it was coming from the giant crib in the corner of the room. "Oh, forgive me," said Una, hurrying to the crib. "It's just our baby. He wakes up easily to strange voices." She pulled the covers over Finn, who played his role as a giant baby perfectly, occasionally letting out squeaks and babbles. Benandonner approached the crib, his curiosity momentarily overcoming his original mission. When his eyes fell on the baby, actually Finn in disguise, his face visibly paled. If that enormous creature was just Finn Mcool's son, how big would his father be? Una, realizing the effect the vision was having on the visitor, decided to delve further into his strategy. "He's still growing, you know," he commented casually as he offered Benandonner one of the regular loaves of bread, which he could barely chew with his newly broken teeth. "Finn says he takes more after my family, as he is smaller than him at the same age." The Scottish giant swallowed hard, his gaze alternating between the baby in the crib and the small woman serving him so calmly. His mind worked frantically, recalculating his chances against an opponent who must be truly monstrous to have a child of that size. To heighten the dramatic effect, Finn chose this moment to let out a particularly loud scream, extending his childish arms, which, even for a giant, were impressively muscular. Una ran to calm him, humming an old Irish lullaby. "He usually calms down when his father is around," she explained, sighing. "Finn has a special way with him. You know, only a giant adult can properly control a child that size." Benandonner began to shift uncomfortably in his chair, which creaked under his immense weight. The idea of facing a being even bigger than himself began to seem less and less attractive. Furthermore, his teeth hurt terribly after trying to eat that peculiarly hard bread. "Perhaps," he began, his voice no longer as thunderous as before, "I should return to Scotland. I have pressing matters to attend to there." Una feigned disappointment. "Oh, what a shame. Finn will be so sad to have missed your visit. He was looking forward to showing you some of the games he usually plays with the baby. You know, the ones with rocks the size of mountains that he throws across the sea." That was enough for Benandone. He stood up abruptly, almost collapsing, the roof of the house. "I need to go immediately," he declared, heading towards the door. "Thank Finn for his hospitality." As soon as he left the house, The Scottish giant began running back along the sidewalk that Finn had built. His weight and haste were such that the basalt columns broke and sank into the sea as he passed, destroying much of the structure in his desperate flight. Una waited until Benandonner's heavy footsteps could no longer be heard before allowing a victorious smile to spread across her face. Finn emerged from the crib, still dressed in his baby clothes, an expression of absolute admiration for his wife. "My cunning Una," he said, embracing her gently. "You have managed to do with intelligence what I could never do with strength. How can I thank you?" "No need for thanks," she replied, laughing as she helped him shed his disguise. "Just promise that next time you'll think twice before accepting challenges from unknown giants." News of Benandonner's escape spread quickly along the Irish coast. The locals emerged from their hiding places to celebrate, not the victory of brute force, but the triumph of intelligence over intimidation. The story of how little Una had outwitted the fearsome Scottish giant became as legendary as Finn Mcool's own exploits. What remains of the Giant's Causeway remains today as a testament to this extraordinary history. The hexagonal basalt columns, perfectly fitted together, continue to attract visitors from all over the world who come to admire not only the natural beauty of the rock formation, but also to hear the story of the giant who built it and the intelligent wife who saved him with her cunning. In the years that followed, Finn and Una lived peacefully in their clifftop home. The Irish giant began to value his wife's advice even more, understanding that true greatness is not only measured by physical stature, but also by the sagacity and wisdom of the heart. News of Benandonner's escape quickly spread throughout Ireland, turning into a legend that would be told for generations. However, for Finn and Una, life had to go on. The giant Irishman, although relieved to have avoided direct confrontation with the fearsome Scot, felt somewhat embarrassed at having hidden like a baby. Una, sensing her husband's state of mind, dedicated herself to showing him that his true strength lay not only in his gigantic muscles, but also in his ability to recognize when to back down and trust the wisdom of others. Over the next few nights, as they sat by the huge fireplace in their home, she began to tell ancient stories about warriors who won battles not by strength, but by cunning. The days passed, and the couple's routine slowly returned to normal. Finn is back to helping the locals with their everyday tasks, but now with a new perspective, where before he would simply use brute strength to solve problems, he began to think of more creative solutions, often consulting Una before acting. The change did not go unnoticed by residents of the region. They watched in awe as the giant, who had previously moved mountains without a second thought, now sat down with children to teach them how to build shelters using clever stone stacking techniques, very similar to those he had used in building the famous causeway. One day, while Finn was helping a group of fishermen design a new dock system that would better withstand storms, a young messenger rushed in, bringing news from the north. Apparently, Benandonner hadn't simply fled to Scotland. His desperate dash for the causeway had created a legend of his own across the sea. "Great Finn," said the messenger, between labored breaths, "the Scots now tell stories about how you are the greatest and most terrible giant that ever lived. They say that Benandonner saw only his baby son and was so terrified that he swore never to set foot on Irish soil again. This revelation caused a wave of laughter among those present, including Finn himself. The giant realized that, ironically, his reputation had grown even more by not fighting. The story of how his cunning wife had deceived Benandonner became as famous as any of his previous exploits. Una, in turn, continued her modest life, refusing the excessive praise she now received. She preferred to focus on using her intelligence to help the community in other ways. She began teaching local women the weaving and sewing techniques she had learned while preparing Finn's costume, and her classes soon became famous throughout the region. The couple also decided to do something positive with the remains of the sidewalk that still stretched into the sea. Although much of it had been destroyed during Benandonner's escape, the sections that remained standing soon became a meeting place for locals. Fishermen discovered that the hexagonal patterns of the rocks created excellent fishing spots, and children loved jumping from column to column during low tide. Over time, travelers began making specific pilgrimages to see the famous Giant's Causeway and meet its legendary guardians. Finn and Una welcomed everyone with hospitality, although now they were careful to check first that there were no hostile giants among the visitors. Nights on the north coast of Ireland gained a new ritual. People came from far and wide to sit around the huge fires that Finn lit, listening to Una tell the story of how she had overcome the terrible Benandonner using only her wits. The giant Irishman always smiled as he listened to his wife narrate the events, occasionally adding comical details about how he felt dressed as a baby. The experience also changed the way Finn handled challenges. When other giants, inspired by Benandonner's story, occasionally appeared to test their strength, he first invited them to a dinner prepared by Una. Interestingly, after tasting their wife's special breads and hearing stories about the family's baby, most of these challengers decided they had pressing business elsewhere. Una's wisdom wasn't just limited to resolving conflicts. She began advising Finn on more ambitious projects to help the community. Together, they planned and executed the construction of breakwaters using the same techniques as the causeway, creating safe harbors for fishermen. The hexagonal basalt formations, which once served as a bridge for a duel, now protected vessels during the most violent storms. The years that followed were of great prosperity for the region. The fame of the Giant's Causeway and the story of how it was built attracted traders and travelers from far and wide, bringing new opportunities to locals. Finn and Una have become not just guardians of the coast, but true community leaders, each contributing their unique gifts to the well-being of all. On clear nights, when the moon illuminated the waters of the Irish Sea, it was common to see the couple sitting on the basalt columns of the sidewalk. Finn, with Una comfortably perched on his giant shoulder, gazed across the horizon toward Scotland. Sometimes, when the wind was blowing in the right direction, they could hear stories from across the sea, exaggerated tales of the size and strength of the legendary Finn Mcool, stories that always made the couple smile, sharing the secret of how intelligence had triumphed over brute strength. As the years passed, the story of Finn Mcool and Una became an integral part of Irish folklore, passed down from generation to generation. The couple continued to live on the north coast, but their influence extended far beyond the basalt cliffs that had become their home. A particularly significant morning arrived when a group of young visitors from Scotland showed up on his doorstep. Among them was a girl who introduced herself as Benandonaire's granddaughter. Instead of carrying resentment or shame, she came with curiosity and wonder, eager to meet the legendary duo who had surpassed her grandfather with intelligence rather than strength. Una received the young woman with special affection, recognizing in her the same insight that she saw in herself when she was younger. During her stay, Benandonaire's granddaughter shared how the story had affected her family. Her grandfather, although initially humiliated, ended up learning a valuable lesson about humility and the importance of thinking before acting. This unexpected visit inspired Finn and Una to establish an annual tradition, the Giant's Causeway Festival. Once a year, people from across Ireland and Scotland gathered to celebrate not only the extraordinary rock formation, but also the values of wisdom, cunning, and the importance of resolving conflicts without violence. During these festivals, Una organized puzzle-solving competitions, while Finn demonstrated how to use the Force constructively, helping to build shelters and structures for the good of the community. Children were particularly fascinated by these demonstrations, especially when the gentle giant lifted them on his shoulders so they could see the sea stretching to the horizon. Over time, the Giant's Causeway became more than just a monument to Una's cunning or Finn's strength. It became a symbol of unity between the people of Ireland and Scotland. Merchants and travelers from both lands began to use the shipping lanes near the causeway as a meeting point for trade and cultural exchange. The couple also began dedicating more time to teaching young people the lessons they had learned along their journey. Finn, in particular, has become a passionate supporter of the idea that true strength comes from the ability to choose when not to fight. He often told his own story as an example, laughing good-naturedly about how he had hidden himself in a giant crib. Una, in turn, established an informal school where he taught not only practical skills such as weaving and cooking, but also the art of diplomacy and creative problem-solving. His classes attracted students of all ages who came to learn how to transform seemingly impossible situations into opportunities for growth. One of the couple's most ambitious projects was creating a system of lighthouses along the coast using the remaining basalt columns of the causeway as a base. This initiative not only made navigation safer for sailors, but also served as a constant reminder of how structures originally built for confrontation could be transformed into instruments of protection and guidance. Stories about Finn and Una continued to multiply, each one emphasizing different aspects of their unique partnership. Some focused on Finn's extraordinary physical strength, others on Una's keen intelligence, but they all agreed on one point. It was the combination of their distinct qualities that made them truly special. As they grew older, the couple began thinking about their legacy. They had no children of their own, despite the tall tales about their giant baby, but they considered everyone on the North Shore to be their extended family. They were dedicated to ensuring that the lessons they had learned would not be forgotten as time went on. On a starry night, sitting in their favorite spot on the sidewalk, Finn and Una reflected on their journey. The giant, now gray-haired, but still impressively strong, gently held his little wife, whose eyes still sparkled with the same cunning as ever. "You know, my dear," Finn said, his voice a soft thunder in the night, "when I started building this sidewalk, I thought I was creating a path to prove my strength. I never imagined it would become a bridge uniting people and cultures." Una smiled, stroking her husband's large hand. "The best stories rarely end the way we imagined when we started them," she replied. "That's why we need to keep our minds open to possibilities we can't see at first." The legacy of Finn Mcool and Una lives on today, not just in the hexagonal rock formations that dot the coast, but in the countless stories that are told about them. The Giant's Causeway stands as a testament not only to the physical strength required to build it, but to the strength of the human spirit and the wisdom of finding peaceful solutions to conflict. Every basalt column that emerges from the waters of the sea carries with it a lesson that true greatness lies not in the size of our muscles or the height of our stature, but in the depth of our wisdom and the strength of our character. And so, Finn and Una's story continues to inspire generations, reminding everyone that the most powerful of forces is that which unites physical strength with the strength of intellect, the power of muscle with the power of the mind, and on clear nights, when the moon illuminates the waters of the Irish Sea, it is said that you can still hear the distant echo of a giant's laughter and the gentle advice of his cunning wife, echoing through the centuries in the ancient stones of the Giant's Causeway. Dawn painted the sky with shades of pink and orange as Mei walked through the bamboo forest that surrounded the Silver Moon Temple. His soft footsteps barely made sounds over the fallen leaves, the result of years of training in the arts of meditation and conscious movement. At just 18 years old, she was the youngest among the monks at the temple. But her dedication to Buddhist teachings and her natural connection with nature made her special in the eyes of her master, the venerable Master Chen. That morning, something felt different in the forest. The usual birdsong was absent, and an unusual stillness hung in the air as if nature itself held its breath. Mei adjusted her orange robe and continued her morning walk, part of her daily routine of collecting medicinal herbs for the temple. Her long black hair was tied up in a simple bun, and her almond-shaped eyes carefully watched every movement in the shadows between the bamboo trees. A low, guttural moan caught his attention. It was not a common sound in that region, and her instincts, honed by years of mindfulness training, alerted her that something important was happening. Following the sound cautiously, Mei pushed aside some bushes and suppressed a gasp of astonishment. There, lying on a bed of fallen leaves, was a majestic white tiger, its immaculate fur stained red on its flank. The animal, larger than any tiger Mei had ever seen in ancient illustrations of the temple, opened its eyes upon realizing her presence. Instead of the typical feline gold, their eyes were a deep, crystalline blue, like frozen lakes. For a moment, their eyes met, and Mei Li felt something inexplicable, a connection that transcended the normal understanding between humans and animals. "You're hurt," she murmured softly, approaching with extreme caution. To his surprise, the tiger did not show any signs of aggression. On the contrary, his gaze seemed to carry an ancient intelligence and a deep sadness that touched the young monk's heart. As he examined the animal's wound, a strange energy began to pulse in the air around them. The wind whispered between the bamboos in a different way, carrying words in a language that Mei Li had never heard before, but which, inexplicably, she could understand. "Guardian," the ethereal voice seemed to say, "you have finally arrived." Mei Li blinked several times, unsure if she was actually hearing voices or if her mind was playing tricks. The tiger moved slightly, its blue eyes fixed on her, and then something extraordinary happened. A soft light began to emanate from its white fur, creating a silver halo around it. "Fear not," a deep, melodious voice echoed in her mind, and Mei Li realized, with amazement, that it was the tiger who spoke. "My name is Bai Hu, and I have been waiting for someone like you for a long time." The young monk sat back on her heels, her hands shaking slightly. "How is it possible? A tiger that talks? I'm more than just a tiger." Bai Hu replied, his mental voice filled with dignity. "I am one of the ancient guardians of the gate between the worlds, a sacred passage that maintains balance between the material and spiritual realms. For millennia, I have protected this boundary, but now," he paused, a pained groan escaping his throat. Mei Li immediately turned her attention to the wound. "Who did this to you?" "Those who wish to pierce the veil between the worlds," replied Bai Hu. "Ancient and evil forces seeking freedom to sow chaos. I managed to stop them, but at a great cost." While treating the wound with the herbs she carried in her bag, Mei Li felt a strange tingling in her hands. A gentle, silvery energy began to flow from his fingers into the tiger's body, visibly speeding up the healing process. "It's as I suspected," Bai Hu said, his mental voice now stronger. "You have the gift of spiritual healing. That's why you were chosen." "Chosen? What for?" "To be the next guardian. The gate needs both physical and spiritual protection. My strength is waning, and the dark forces are growing stronger. We need to work together to maintain balance." At this moment, an icy wind blew through the bamboo forest, bringing with it ominous whispers and shadows that seemed to move on their own. Bai Hu stood up quickly, ignoring the pain, his white fur shining with a light of its own. "They're coming back," warned the tiger. "Mei Li, you need to make a decision now. Do you accept your role as guardian? Once you do, there is no going back." The young monk looked at her hands, still glowing with that silver energy, and then at the forest around her, where the shadows were beginning to thicken in an unnatural way. All of his master's teachings about balance, compassion, and duty echoed in his mind. "I accept," she replied, her voice firm, despite the fear that was beginning to settle in her heart. The moment he spoke these words, a circle of light formed around them, and Mei Li felt a profound change in her being, as if something ancient awakened in her soul. The world around her seemed more vivid, more real, and she could feel the currents of energy flowing through the earth and air. So, it started, Bai Hu said, standing beside her protectively. From now on, you are not just a monk of the Silver Moon Temple. You are a guardian of the worlds, and our journey together has only just begun. The shadows around them continued to thicken, and sounds that did not belong to the natural world began to echo through the forest. Mei Li felt a shiver run down her spine, but she remained firmly at Bai Hu's side. Her life had completely changed in a matter of moments, and now she would face challenges she had never imagined existed. The fate of two worlds rested on her shoulders, and she knew she could not fail. Darkness intensified around Mei Li and Bai Hu, as ominous shadows slithered among the bamboo trees like snakes of smoke. The white tiger, now partially recovered, thanks to Mei Li's newfound healing powers, stood in a defensive stance, its fur glowing with an ethereal light that kept the shadows at bay. We need to move, Bai Hu whispered in his mind. The portal is vulnerable while I'm away. They will try to take advantage of it. Mei Li nodded, feeling a new awareness awaken within her. I could sense currents of energy flowing through the forest, some pure and bright, others corrupt and dark. It was as if a veil had been removed from his eyes, revealing a deeper, more complex reality. Where should we go? She asked, keeping her voice low as she watched the shadows move unnaturally. The portal is hidden in the ancient caves beneath. Crescent Moon Mountain, Bai Hu replied. It's not far from here, but the path will be dangerous. The dark forces already know of your existence now, Mei Li. They will feel your awakening as guardian. As if to confirm his words, an unearthly howl echoed through the forest, making the hairs on the back of Mei Li's neck stand up. The sound didn't belong to any animal she knew. It was something older, more primitive. It's the shadow hunters, Bai Hu explained, beginning to move silently among the bamboos. Servants of the forces that attempt to disrupt the balance between the worlds. They take on forms that your mortal eyes can barely comprehend. Mei Li followed the tiger, her years of temple training allowing her to move almost as silently as he did. As they walked, she noticed that her own footprints left a faint trail of light that quickly faded, a visible sign of her new nature as a guardian. The sky above them darkened prematurely, as if a storm was approaching. But there were no clouds, just an unnatural darkness that seemed to suck the very light from the air. Mei Li felt a tightness in her chest as she thought about the Silver Moon Temple and Master Chen. Would they be safe? Your temple friends are protected, Bai Hu said, sensing his concern. Ancient blessings still guard that sacred place, but you must focus on the present moment, young guardian. Your journey has only just begun. As they advanced towards the mountain, Mei Li began to feel a change in her body. It was as if each cell was vibrating at a different frequency, tuning into energies that were previously beyond their perception. Her hands occasionally glowed with that silver light, and she discovered that she could control it with her thoughts. Power is awakening within you, Bai Hu observed. But remember your master's teachings. Balance is essential. The stronger the power, the greater the need for control. Suddenly, a denser shadow materialized before them, blocking their path. It was vaguely shaped like a wolf, but its proportions were distorted, and its eyes glowed a sickly red. Mei Li felt her heart quicken, but she remained firmly at Bai Hu's side. Don't show fear, the tiger instructed. They feed on it. The shadowy creature advanced, its claws leaving trails of darkness in the air. Instinctively, Mei Li raised her hands, and a shield of silver light formed between them and the monster. The creature backed away, hissing menacingly. Impressive, Bai Hu commented. Your instincts are strong, but we need to keep moving. Taking advantage of the creature's distraction, they strayed down a side path, moving quickly between the trees. Mei Li could feel other presences in the shadows, watching, waiting. The air grew colder as they approached Crescent Moon Mountain, and a mist began to form around their feet. The portal is reacting to your presence, Bai Hu explained. You're recognizing your new guardian. As they climbed the mountainside, Mei Li began to see ancient inscriptions carved into the rocks, symbols that, somehow, she could now understand. They spoke of a time before written history, when the material and spiritual worlds were closer, and the dangers that this proximity represented. Why do the dark forces want to cross the portal so much? She asked, as they dodged yet another threatening shadow. Power, Bai Hu replied simply. In the spiritual realm, they are limited by ancient laws and barriers, but in the material world, they could exert their influence freely, corrupting and destroying the natural balance of things. Thunder sounded above them, but there was no lightning. The sound seemed to come from another place, another dimension. Mei Li felt a growing pressure in the air, as if two different realities were pressing against each other. We're almost there, Bai Hu said, but it won't be easy. The portal needs to be sealed again, and to do that, you'll need to learn to use your new powers quickly. Mei Li nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility on her shoulders. His life in the temple now seemed so distant, so simple compared to what he faced, but Master Chen's teachings echoed in his mind. Every challenge was an opportunity for growth, every obstacle a teacher. The entrance to the cave loomed before them, marked by ancient columns covered in luminous symbols. The air vibrated with energy, and Mei Li could feel the portal pulsing like a giant heart deep within the mountain. This was where her true ordeal would begin, where her destiny as a guardian would be truly tested. When they entered the cave, darkness enveloped Mei Li and Bai Hu, but the light emanating from both of them created a soft, protective halo. The rocky walls were covered in ancient carvings that seemed to pulse with a life of their own, telling stories of ages past through luminescent symbols. Symbols are the ancient language of the guardians, Bai Hu explained, his blue eyes shining in the dim light. They contain knowledge and powers that you will need to learn to master. Mei Li ran her fingers over the inscriptions, feeling the energy flow through them. Images began to form in his mind, ancient battles between light and dark, the first guardians sealing the portal, the delicate balance between the worlds being maintained across the millennia. A sudden tremor shook the cave, causing small rocks to fall from the ceiling. The air became thicker, charged with a dark energy that made Mei Li shudder. They're trying to force their way through, Bai Hu said, his mental voice filled with urgency. We need to get to the portal core before it's too late. They advanced deeper into the cave, through tunnels that seemed to change shape as they passed. Mei Li realized that the place did not follow the normal laws of space. It was as if they were walking between dimensions. Suddenly, shadows began to materialize around them, taking increasingly more defined shapes. They were no longer just the hazy silhouettes of the forest, but creatures with distorted shapes and hungry eyes. Focus on your inner light, by who instructed, positioning himself in a fighting stance. Let it flow naturally, like the waters of a river. Mei Li closed her eyes for a moment, remembering the temple's meditation practices. The silver energy within him responded, expanding in gentle waves that kept the creatures at bay. One of the shadows, more daring, tried to cross the light barrier. Mei Li felt a stab of pain as the energies clashed, but she stood her ground. With an instinctive movement, he channeled more power through his hands, creating an arc of light that dispersed the creature. Very well, Bai Hu approved as he swatted away another shadow with his luminous claws. You learn quickly, young guardian. They continued advancing, facing increasingly intense waves of shadow creatures. Mei Li discovered that she could not only create barriers, but also form beams of light that cut through the darkness like silver blades. The air grew heavier as they approached the portal's core. Strange sounds echoed through the tunnels, whispers in ancient languages, distorted screams, seductive promises of power. Mei Li kept her mind focused, remembering Master Chen's teachings on the importance of maintaining inner clarity amid chaos. What happened to the other guardians? She asked, as they passed through a particularly large chamber, its walls covered in crystals that reflected their light. Some fell in battle, Bai Hu replied regretfully. Others were corrupted by the promises of the shadows. That's why the portal was so vulnerable. I was the last one, until you arrived. Before Mei Li could respond, a low, deep laugh echoed through the cave. A figure emerged from the shadows, a tall man wearing black robes that seemed to be made of liquid darkness. His eyes were pools of emptiness, and a cruel smile played on his lips. So, this is the new guardian? His voice was like ice scraping against stone, a temple child, barely out of his meditations. Standards have truly fallen since ancient times. Bai Hu growled, his fur glowing more brightly. Zhongkui, you were one of us. How could you betray everything we believed in? Betray? The man laughed again. I just opened my eyes to the truth. Why keep the worlds separate when we could have so much power? Why serve when we can rule? Mei Li felt an invisible pressure trying to overpower her, as if darkness itself was trying to penetrate her mind. But years of training in mental discipline at the temple were not in vain. She kept her defenses up. Power for power's sake only leads to destruction, she said, her voice firm, despite the fear she felt. Balance exists for a reason. Empty words from a naive mind. Zhongkui sneered, raising his hands. Waves of black energy began to form around him. Let me show you the true power of shadows. The battle that followed was unlike anything Mei Li had ever experienced. Zhongkui launched attacks of pure darkness, trying to subdue her with brute force. But to her own surprise, she discovered that she could respond instinctively, as if her body remembered movements she had never learned. Bai Hu fought at her side, his attacks naturally coordinated with hers. The light they emanated merged into complex patterns, creating barriers and counterattacks that kept Zhongkui at bay. Impossible, growled the corrupted former guardian, as one of his most powerful attacks was dispersed by Mei Li's light. How can a novice have so much power? Because she understands the true meaning of being a guardian. Bai Hu replied, it's not about power, but about harmony. It's not about dominating, but about protecting. Mei Li felt a new wave of energy flow through her, stronger than any before. It was as if the cave walls themselves were responding to his presence, the ancient symbols glowing in tune with his power. The portal calls us, Bai Hu said. We need to get to him now. With one last look of contempt, Zhongkui retreated into the shadows. This is not over, little guardian. The portal will open whether you want it or not. Mei Li and Bai Hu continued on their way, now with even more urgency. The confrontation with Zhongkui had revealed much about the nature of their mission and the dangers they faced. It was not just a battle between light and dark, but a fight for the balance of reality itself. After the confrontation with Zhongkui, Mei Li and Bai Hu finally arrived at the central chamber where the portal was located. It was an immense circular space, with a ceiling so high that it was lost in the darkness. In the center, an ancient structure rose from the ground, a stone arch covered in luminous symbols that pulsed like a heart, the gateway to the worlds, Mei Li whispered, feeling the ancient energy emanating from the structure. It was as if every fiber of his being responded to the presence of that sacred place. For millennia, this portal has maintained the balance between the realms, Bai Hu explained, his blue eyes reflecting the mystical lights. But now it is weakened. The shadows have found holes in its defenses. Mei Li approached the arch, observing the symbols that danced on its surface. Some she recognized from the temple's teachings. Others seemed to awaken ancient memories that were not hers, knowledge of the guardians who came before her. How can we strengthen the portal? She asked, gently touching the ancient stone. A current of energy flowed through his fingers, making the symbols glow more brightly. The strengthening ritual requires both physical and spiritual power, Bai Hu replied. We must unite our energies in perfect harmony. But first, a violent tremor interrupted his words. Shadows began to form around the chamber, thicker and more menacing than before. Zhongkui's voice echoed off the walls. You guys are too late. Black fissures began to appear in the air around the portal, like cracks in reality itself. Through them, Mei Li could glimpse fragments of another world, a realm of perpetual darkness, where monstrous forms moved in the shadows. He's trying to force the portal open, warned Bai Hu, positioning himself in a defensive posture. Mei Li, you need to begin the ritual. I will keep the shadows at bay. The young guardian nodded, closing her eyes and breathing deeply as she had learned in the temple. He let his energy flow naturally, connecting with the ancient symbols of the portal. The words of the ritual came to her instinctively, in a language she had never studied, but which now seemed as natural as her own. Breathing, as Mei Li chanted the sacred words, Bai Hu faced wave after wave of shadow creatures. Its white fur shone like a star, its claws cutting through the darkness with lethal precision. But for every shadow he dispersed, two more seemed to appear. Zhongkui materialized again, his black robes billowing like living smoke. You cannot stop the inevitable, little guardian. The veil between the worlds is already too thin. Mei Li maintained her concentration even when she felt the dark power trying to interfere with the ritual. The fissures in the air were expanding, and through them, ancient and terrible voices called, promising power and forbidden knowledge. Don't listen to him, Baihu shouted in his mind as he fought three dark creatures simultaneously. Shadow promises are always poisoned. A beam of black energy cut through the air towards Mei Li, but she managed to dodge it at the last moment without interrupting the ritual. His fingers traced complex patterns in the air, leaving trails of silver light that intertwined with the symbols of the gate. Impressive, Zhonghui admitted, his voice thick with malice. But you still have much to learn about true power. He raised his hands, and the darkness around him intensified, sucking the light from the chamber like a black hole. Mei Li felt her strength begin to waver. The ritual was taking more energy than she thought possible, and the dark pressure was relentless. It was then that he felt something touch his shoulder, a gentle, familiar presence. You are not alone, my young disciple. Master Chen's voice rang clear in his mind, bringing with it memories of peace and inner strength. Other presences joined her, the spirits of the ancient guardians, each contributing their own light to strengthen the ritual. Impossible, roared Zhonghui, his empty eyes widening in surprise. The former guardians cannot interfere directly. We are not interfering, replied an ethereal voice that seemed to come from everywhere at once, just reminding our young sister of who she really is. Mei Li's energy was renewed, flowing with a strength she had never experienced before. The symbols on the portal began to glow with blinding intensity, and the fissures in reality began to close one by one. No, shouted Zhonghui, throwing all his strength at her. You can't do that. The power of the shadows is greater than its light. But Mei Li had found something stronger than power. She had found harmony. The light emanating from her was not just hers, but the combination of all the positive forces that came together at that crucial moment. Master Chen's wisdom, Baihu's strength, the legacy of the ancient guardians. The words of the ritual reached their climax, and a wave of silver energy exploded from the portal, sweeping through the darkness like leaves in the wind. Zhonghui screamed in fury and despair as his form was dispersed by the waves of purifying light. When it was all over, Mei Li staggered, exhausted but satisfied. The portal now glowed with a steady, serene light, its symbols perfectly aligned and strengthened. The presences of the former guardians gently faded away, leaving only a sense of peace and gratitude. Baihu approached her, his paws making no sound on the stone floor. You did it, young guardian. The portal is safe again. We did it, Mei Li corrected, smiling as she stroked the tiger's soft fur. Together. Yes, agreed Baihu, his blue eyes shining with pride. But our task is not yet over. The balance must be maintained, and the shadows will always seek new ways to penetrate our world. Mei Li nodded, understanding that this was just the beginning of her journey as a guardian. There was still a lot to learn, a lot to protect, but now she knew she was not alone in this sacred mission. The portal continued to gently pulse behind them, a constant reminder of the delicate balance between light and shadow, between the material and spiritual worlds. And there, in the ancient chamber beneath Crescent Mountain, a new era of guardians had begun. In the days following the strengthening of the portal, Mei Li established a new routine. During the day, she continued her duties at the Silver Moon Temple, but the nights were dedicated to learning her powers as a guardian. Under Baihu's guidance, the cave beneath Crescent Moon Mountain became his second home, a place where the boundaries between the mundane and the mystical dissolved. Ancient symbols contain more than just power, Baihu explained as they walked through the portal chamber. They carry the history of all the guardians who came before us, their experiences, their knowledge. Mei Li ran her fingers over the luminous carvings, absorbing their ancient wisdom. Each day brought new discoveries, new aspects of his powers that he needed to master. The confrontation with Zhonghui had shown how much he still needed to learn. One night, while practicing energy manipulation with Baihu, a different tremor ran through the cave. It wasn't the menacing vibration of shadows trying to invade, but something more subtle, like a distant calling. What was that? Mei Li asked, her heightened senses picking up changes in the energy currents around the portal, the echoes from the other side. Baihu replied, his blue eyes fixed on the ancient arch. Not all creatures in the spirit realm are evil. Some ancient spirits maintain balance as much as we do. As if responding to his words, luminous shapes began to materialize in the chamber. They were different from shadows. Their presence brought peace and serenity. Mei Li recognized among them the ethereal silhouettes of ancient Buddhist masters, guardians of long-forgotten temples. The time has come for your true test, young guardian, said one of the figures, his voice reverberating with ancient wisdom. The portal has been strengthened, but balance needs to be maintained on both sides. What does that mean? Asked Mei Li, although something inside her already knew the answer. It means you must learn to walk between the worlds. Baihu explained, as guardian, your presence is necessary in both the material and spiritual realms. One of the ancestral spirits approached, its glowing form vaguely resembling a monk in traditional robes. Long ago, the guardians could move freely between dimensions, maintaining harmony through their presence on both sides of the veil. Mei Li felt a shiver run down her spine. The idea of crossing over to the other side, of entering the spiritual realm, was both exhilarating and terrifying. What if I'm not ready? You're more ready than you think, assured Baihu, gently touching his nose to her hand. Remember how you faced Zhonghui. Your strength comes not just from power, but from understanding the true meaning of balance. The spirits began to form a circle around the portal, their energies intertwining into complex patterns of light. The air grew thick with mystical power, and the ancient symbols on the walls pulsed in tune with the ritual that was taking place. To pass through the portal consciously, explained one of the spirits, you must be in perfect harmony with both sides of the veil. Your physical body will remain here, anchored by Baihu, while your spiritual essence travels to the other side. Mei Li closed her eyes, breathing deeply as she had learned in the temple. Years of meditation and spiritual practices had prepared her body and mind for this moment. without her even knowing it. Fear not, Bai Hu whispered in his mind. I will be with you through our connection. The spirits began to chant in an ancient language, their voices blending into a melody that seemed to touch the very fabric of reality. Mei Li felt her body become lighter, as if she were floating. When he opened his eyes again, the world around him had changed. The cave walls were still there, but now they seemed to be made of crystallized light. The air was filled with colors that did not exist in the material world, and she could see currents of energy flowing like luminous rivers through space. Welcome to the spiritual realm, said a familiar voice. It was Master Chen, but not as she knew him. Here his form was composed of pure light, his eyes containing the wisdom of countless lifetimes. Teacher, Mei Li could hardly believe it. Are you also a guardian? I was, in another life, he smiled. Now, I am just one of many guides who help maintain balance on this side of the veil. As she walked through the spiritual realm, Mei Li began to truly understand the importance of her mission. This was not just a world of shadows and light, but a place where all energies met and transformed. Every step he took revealed new wonders and also new responsibilities. The worlds are like two halves of a whole, Master Chen explained as they walked. Each reflects and influences the other. As a guardian, you must learn to maintain a balance in both. Suddenly, movement in the shadows caught his attention. It was a familiar form, Zhongkui, but different from how she had known him. Here, his true nature was exposed, a soul tortured by his own ambition. He was also my student once, Master Chen said sadly. The lust for power has corrupted him, but even here, there is hope for redemption. Mei Li watched as other spirits approached Zhongkui, offering healing and understanding. In this realm, battles were not fought with force, but with compassion and wisdom. This is the true work of a guardian, continued Master Chen. Not just protect the borders between worlds, but promote harmony on both sides. When she returned to her physical body, Mei Li found Bai Hu waiting patiently. The white tiger looked pleased, his blue eyes shining with approval. You understand? He said simply. Yes, Mei Li replied, feeling transformed by the experience. Being a guardian is not just about fighting the shadows, but about maintaining balance in all aspects of existence. And so, under the soft light of the portal, Mei Li fully accepted her fate, no longer just as the young monk of the Silver Moon Temple, but as a true guardian of the worlds, bridge between the material and the spiritual, protector of the sacred balance that keeps reality in harmony. In the depths of eternal night, where not even the stars dared to shine, Quetzalcoatl contemplated the void that would one day be filled by humanity. The feathered serpent, whose scales shone with the brilliance of 1,000 suns, and whose feathers danced with the grace of the heavenly winds, carried the weight of a divine mission in his heart. The 4 previous attempts at creation by his brother gods had failed, leaving only bones and bitter memories in the realm of the dead. Tezcatlipoca, his brother and eternal rival, watched from his smoking mirror, his enigmatic expression revealing both curiosity and skepticism. Brother, his voice echoed across the divine plains, Why do you insist on giving life to such imperfect creatures? Haven't you seen how previous attempts have ended in destruction? But Quetzalcoatl knew something that the other gods didn't understand. As he glided through the skies in his serpentine form, his feathers reflecting the colors of the rainbow, he realized that the true power of creation lay not in perfection, but in the capacity for evolution and learning. On his journey to Mictlan, the realm of the dead, Quetzalcoatl met Mictlantecutli, the Lord of Death, guardian of the bones of past creations, the god of death, with his discarnate skull and spider-web robes, would not make the feathered serpent's mission any easier. Why should I hand over the remains of previous failures? He asked in his cavernous voice. It was then that Quetzalcoatl proposed a challenge. Allow me to collect the bones, and in return, I promise to create beings who will honor both life and death, understanding the sacred cycle of existence. His words, full of wisdom and determination, echoed through the dark corridors of the underworld. Meanwhile, on the earthly plane, young Xochitl, one of the few survivors of the Fourth Era, wandered the desolate fields. Her existence was a mystery, even to the gods, for she had survived the destruction that had decimated her generation. Her dark eyes held memories of a world that no longer existed, and in her heart burned the hope of a new dawn. Xochitl found shelter in an ancient cave, where cave paintings told the story of previous eras. There, she began to understand her role as a witness to the transition between worlds. Her hands traced the outlines of the figures on the wall, feeling the energy of the stories they told. In the celestial realm, other gods watched Quetzalcoatl's actions with renewed interest. Tlaloc, the god of rain, was preparing his sacred waters for when the time came to nourish the new creation. Calcutlicu, mistress of lakes and rivers, wove streams of crystalline water that would one day flow through the earth. Quetzalcoatl's search for the sacred bones would not be easy. Mictlantecutli, always cunning, prepared 9 deadly challenges. The first was to cross a river of blood, where the souls of the dead tried to drag to the bottom any being who dared to cross it. With his divine wisdom, Quetzalcoatl transformed some of his feathers into a bridge of light, allowing him to cross the river without touching its scarlet waters. Each feather that touched the surface momentarily transformed the blood into crystal clear water, revealing the purifying power of the feathered serpent. Meanwhile, Xochitl began to dream of ancient voices whispering secrets about the coming creation. In his dreams, he saw a feathered serpent dancing among the stars, and his heart recognized in that vision the promise of a new beginning. The challenges continued, each one more difficult than the last. Quetzalcoatl faced cutting winds that could shatter mountains, crossed fields of sharp obsidian that tried to pierce his divine form, and withstood the freezing cold, capable of paralyzing time itself. On his journey, the feathered serpent discovered that each obstacle was not just a test of strength or courage, but a lesson in the nature of the life he intended to create. Humanity would need to be as resilient as he was being, able to adapt and overcome adversity. In the 6th challenge, Quetzalcoatl found a mirror that reflected not his image, but the failures of previous creations. He saw beings who had succumbed to greed, others who had lost themselves in ignorance, and some who had been destroyed by their own arrogance. Each reflection was a warning and a lesson. So Chittle, in her cave, began to gather people like herself, scattered survivors who wandered aimlessly. Together, they began to create small rituals, celebrating the sun and the moon, keeping alive the flame of hope for a new world. The stories they shared at night, around small fires, were like seeds of a new culture waiting to blossom. Without knowing it, they were preparing the ground for the teachings that Quetzalcoatl would bring to future humanity. As Quetzalcoatl neared the end of his challenges, an ancient energy began to awaken. The skies shook with distant thunder, and the earth pulsed with a forgotten rhythm. It was as if the universe itself was holding its breath, waiting for the moment of new creation. The last challenge would be the hardest, facing their own fears and doubts. At the bottom of Mictlan, in a chamber made of black obsidian, Quetzalcoatl saw reflections of all possible futures, some glorious, others terrible. The choice to go ahead with the creation of humanity carried the weight of all these possibilities. It was at this moment that the true nature of his mission was revealed. The creation of humanity would not just be an act of divine power, but an act of love and faith in the potential of what was to come. With this understanding, Quetzalcoatl crossed the last chamber, finally reaching the sacred bones. Mictlantecutli, impressed by the perseverance and wisdom shown, allowed Quetzalcoatl to collect the bones, but not without a final warning. What you create with these bones will carry both the memory of failure and the seed of hope. Choose wisely how you shape your essence. With the sacred bones in his possession, Quetzalcoatl began his ascent back to the upper world, where he would begin the real work of giving life to the new humanity. In his mind, he was already visualizing the knowledge he would share, the art of growing corn, the secrets of the stars, the mathematics that explains the cycles of nature, and the medicine that heals body and spirit. With the sacred bones in his hands, Quetzalcoatl emerged from the Mictlan, his feathers glowing with renewed intensity. The weight of the ancestral bones was not only physical, but spiritual, carrying with them the memories and experiences of previous creations. As it ascended, tiny fragments of light escaped from between its feathers, like shooting stars, announcing the dawn of a new era. Xochitl and his small group of survivors observed the luminous phenomenon in the sky with wonder and amazement. The dancing lights seemed to form patterns, telling ancient stories in a language that their hearts, but not their minds, could understand. An old woman among them, called Citlali, recognized the signs. "It's the return of the feathered serpent," she whispered, her wrinkled eyes fixed on the celestial spectacle. The ancients spoke of this moment, when the divine and the earthly would meet again. On the celestial plane, Quetzalcoatl was preparing the ritual of creation. His divine blood, precious and powerful, would be the catalyst that would transform the inert bones into pulsating life. Each drop that fell on the ancestral bones carried not only vital power, but also wisdom and purpose. Tezcatlipoca, still skeptical but now intrigued, approached his brother. I see you've made the bones, he observed, his smoky mirror reflecting the process of creation. But how do you intend to avoid the mistakes of the past? Quetzalcoatl, without interrupting his sacred work, replied wisely, the mistakes of the past will be the lessons of the future. This time, we won't just create bodies, we'll plant seeds of knowledge and understanding. Meanwhile, on the upper Earth's surface, subtle changes were beginning to take place. The previously barren soil was beginning to show signs of life. Tiny green shoots emerged from the earth, and the air carried a different scent, as if nature itself was preparing to welcome its new guardians. Xochitl, guided by an inexplicable impulse, led her group to a valley surrounded by ancient mountains. There, they found a spring of crystalline water flowing from the earth, as if Chalchiotlicu was preparing the way for what was to come. There, they began to build a small settlement. Their calloused hands erected simple shelters, while their hearts were filled with inexplicable hope. Chitlali taught the younger ones the old songs, keeping alive the memory of a time that would soon be reborn. On the divine plane, the process of creation continued. Every bone, bathed in the blood of Quetzalcoatl, began to pulsate with a life of its own. First came the men, their bodies formed from the essence of the earth and the spirit of the wind. Then came the women, born of the power of water and the heat of the sun. But this creation was different from the previous ones. Quetzalcoatl not only gave physical form to the new beings, but also imbued them with special abilities. In their minds, he planted the seeds of knowledge that would blossom with time and dedication. Look, he said to the other gods, who had now gathered to witness the birth of the fifth humanity. These are not just receptacles of our will, but carriers of divine potential. The first men and women opened their eyes to a world that awaited them. Their bodies, still covered in the glow of divine blood, shone like polished copper under the rising sun. In their eyes shone a curiosity that none of the previous creations had ever shown. Quetzalcoatl watched them with the pride of a creator and the concern of a mentor. He knew that his work had only just begun. These new beings would need guidance, knowledge, and, above all, an understanding of their place in the great cycle of existence. In the valley where Xochitl and his group settled, the signs of change intensified. The sky took on more vibrant colors, and the winds brought melodies never heard before. The stars themselves seemed to rearrange themselves in the firmament, forming new patterns that told the story of creation in progress. Citlali, in her ancestral wisdom, began to interpret these signs. Her words, shared around the night fires, prepared the survivors for the encounter with the new humanity that was about to emerge. We will be the bridges, she declared, between what was and what will be. Our memory will serve as a guide for those who are coming. On the divine plane, Quetzalcoatl continued his meticulous work. Each new being received not only life, but also unique gifts. Some were born with an affinity for understanding plant cycles, others with the ability to read the patterns of the stars, and some with the gift of healing and comfort. The other gods, initially skeptical, began to see the wisdom in Quetzalcoatl's plan. Tlaloc prepared the rains that would nourish the first crops, while Xochiquetzal goddess of the arts and love, wove the first dreams that would inspire human creativity. As more and more beings came to life, a new energy filled the universe. It was as if each element, earth, water, fire, and air, found a new balance, a long lost harmony. The new humans, different from their predecessor creations, were born with a natural connection to these elements. So Chittle, sensing the changes in the air, began to prepare his group for the encounter with the newly created. Under his guidance, they built a simple temple in the center of the valley, a place where the divine and the earthly could meet. The moment of the meeting between the survivors and the new humanity was approaching, and with it, the promise of a new chapter in the history of the world. Quetzalcoatl, watching from his heavenly plane, knew that this meeting would be crucial for the future he envisioned. The meeting between the two groups was about to take place. Under Quetzalcoatl's watchful eye, the first men and women of the Abu new creation began their journey towards the valley where Xochitl and his companions were waiting. The air vibrated with an ancient and new energy at the same time, as if the very fabric of reality was adjusting to this unique convergence. Citlali, the elder, gathered everyone around the newly built temple. Her trembling hands lit sacred herbs whose sweet scent spread through the morning air. "They come with the knowledge of the gods in their hearts," she said, "but they will need our memories to understand who they are." The new beings, guided by an instinct implanted by their creator, moved with grace and purpose. Their bodies still glowed softly with the remnants of Quetzalcoatl's divine blood, and their eyes carried an ancient wisdom mixed with childlike curiosity. At the head of the group walked a woman called Mcool, whose footsteps made flowers bloom wherever she went. Xochitl, watching from the top of a hill, felt his heart race as he saw the first signs of the approach. The stories he had kept for so long, the memories of ages gone by, seemed to throb in his chest, eager to be shared. On the celestial plane, Quetzalcoatl continued his work, now focused on weaving the invisible threads that would connect the two groups. Each new being he created carried not only innate knowledge, but also the ability to learn from those who came before. It was a delicate dance between the divine and the earthly, between the new and the old. The first meeting took place at sunrise. Mcool, leading the newly created, stopped in front of Xochitl. For a moment, they just looked at each other, recognizing each other as different parts of the same story. It was Citlali who broke the silence, singing an ancient song of welcome that made the mountains reverberate with its melody. The new beings brought with them the gifts that Quetzalcoatl had given them. A man called Tlaloc Tzin showed them how to read cloud patterns to predict rain. A young woman called Xochipilli revealed the secret of the medicinal plants that grew hidden among the rocks. Each piece of knowledge shared was like a bridge being built between the two worlds. In return, the survivors offered something equally precious: the living memory of past eras. Xochitl told of the 4 previous creations, of the mistakes and lessons learned. His words were like seeds planted in fertile soil, ready to blossom in the consciousness of the new humanity. Tezcatlipoca, watching through his smoking mirror, began to understand the true genius of his brother's plan. "It's not just a new creation," he muttered to himself. "It's a synthesis, a harmony between the past and the future." The next few days were filled with intense learning and exchange. The newly created, although born with divine knowledge, discovered that there was much to learn from the earthly experience of the survivors. They learned about resilience from Xochitl, about ancestral wisdom from Kitlali, about the importance of community from everyone else. In the valley, the small settlement began to transform. New dwellings sprang up, built with techniques that combined the celestial knowledge of the newcomers with the practical experience of the survivors. Gardens were planted following the sacred patterns taught by Quetzalcoatl, but adapted to the local wisdom about the soil and the seasons. Mayahuel and Xochitl became inseparable partners in the task of building bridges between the two groups. Together, they developed new rituals that honored both divine teachings and earthly memory. Their voices joined in songs that told the complete story of humanity, from the first attempts to the present moment of renewal. Quetzalcoatl, satisfied with the progress, began to prepare his last teachings. He knew that he would soon have to leave for the East, but first, he needed to ensure that humanity had all the tools it needed to prosper. Through dreams and visions, he shared his knowledge of astronomy, mathematics, and the sacred arts. Citlali, realizing that her role as guardian of ancient memory was coming to an end, began training the younger members of both groups in the arts of preserving history. Our words are seeds, she taught, planted in the heart of time, blossoming in future generations. As the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, a new culture began to emerge in the valley. It was neither entirely divine nor entirely earthly, but a harmonious fusion of both. The rituals incorporated both the mathematical precision of heavenly teachings and the intuitive wisdom of human experience. Tezcatlipoca, who had initially doubted the success of this creation, now regularly visited the valley. Through the reflection of his mirror, he watched with growing interest as this new humanity learned to balance divine knowledge with earthly experience, ancient wisdom with innovation. The other gods also began to contribute more actively. Tlaloc sent gentle rains to nourish the first crops, while Chalcutlicu blessed the rivers that cut through the valley. Each divine intervention was received with gratitude and understanding by a humanity that now understood its place in the great cycle of existence. In the heart of the valley, the simple temple that Xochitl and his companions had built became a center of learning and celebration. There, divine and earthly knowledge met and multiplied, creating new ways of understanding and interacting with the world. As the new civilization flourished in the valley, Quetzalcoatl realized that the moment of his departure was approaching. From high in the heavens, he watched with satisfaction as his teachings were not only learned, but transformed and enriched by the unique union between the newcomers and the survivors. Maya Huel had become a natural leader, her connection with the earth and the plants inspiring others to develop their own gifts. Under her guidance, vast fields of golden corn stretched across the valley, cultivated with techniques that blended divine knowledge with the practical experience of the survivors. Xochitl, for his part, established a school of memory where the stories of past ages were preserved through paintings, songs, and ritual dances. His students learned not only to remember, but to understand the lessons contained in each ancient narrative. It was during one of these classes that a young man called Tonatiuh had a vision while Xochitl was telling him about the previous creations. He clearly saw the image of Quetzalcoatl heading east, his bright feathers leaving a trail of light in the sky. The sight deeply disturbed him. The feathered serpent will be leaving soon, he announced, his voice trembling with the weight of the revelation. The silence that followed was thick as morning mist, each person present sensing the truth in the young man's words. Citlali, who was present, nodded slowly. Yes, the stars have spoken about it. It's part of the cycle. The master must leave so that the disciples can grow up on their own. The news spread through the valley like wind through corn leaves. Some were apprehensive, fearing that without the direct presence of their creator, they might repeat the mistakes of previous humanities. Others understood that this was a necessary test of their maturity. Mcool assembled a council of the wisest, including members of both the newly created and the survivors. We need to prepare, she declared, not just for his departure, but to keep his teachings alive. Meanwhile, on the celestial plane, Quetzalcoatl was preparing his last gifts for humanity. He created sacred codices in which he recorded knowledge about celestial cycles, plant medicine, and the principles of universal harmony. Each page was imbued with its own divine essence, ensuring that the knowledge remained alive and evolving. Tezcatlipoca, observing his brother's preparations, approached with a question. Why leave now when your creation is still so young? Because they need to learn to walk on their own, replied Quetzalcoatl. The true test of a master is not how much his disciples depend on him, but how they thrive in his absence. In the valley, Xochitl and Mcool worked tirelessly to prepare the community. They established a teaching system where each person with a specific gift was responsible for passing on their knowledge to a group of apprentices. In this way, wisdom would be preserved and expanded through the generations. Tonatiuh, inspired by his vision, began to study the patterns of the stars with renewed intensity. Together with other young men, he built an observatory on top of a hill where they mapped the celestial movements and recorded their discoveries in carefully crafted codices. Citlali, sensing that his own time of departure was approaching, intensified his teachings on sacred rituals. The connection with the divine, she explained, does not depend on the physical presence of the gods, but on our ability to keep the sacred flame alive in our hearts. As the moment of Quetzalcoatl's departure approached, a subtle transformation began to take place in the valley. People began to trust more in their own abilities, discovering that the divine knowledge they had received was like a seed that now blossomed in unique ways in each person. Mcool discovered that the plants responded not only to the technical knowledge he had received, but also to his own intuition and connection with the earth. Under his care, new varieties of medicinal plants began to emerge, combining known properties in innovative ways. Xochitl realized that the stories he told were not just records of the past, but living tools that helped people understand their present and shape their future. Each ancient narrative took on new meanings as it was interpreted through the experiences of the new humanity. The other gods, observing these transformations, began to understand the true nature of Quetzalcoatl's plan. It wasn't just about creating a new humanity, but about establishing a self-sustaining cycle of spiritual evolution and growth. Tlaloc, impressed by the way humans had learned to work in harmony with their elements, began to respond more readily to their prayers and rituals. The rains came at the right time, nourishing not only the crops, but also the understanding of the connection between heaven and earth. In the heart of the valley, the simple temple had been transformed into a complex of learning and celebration. Different areas were dedicated to the study of astronomy, medicine, agriculture, and the arts. Each sacred space reflected the unique fusion of divine knowledge and human experience. Finally, the day of Quetzalcoatl's departure arrived. The valley awoke to a different light, as if the sun itself were hesitating on its way across the sky. The people gathered spontaneously in the central temple, their hearts heavy with the expectation of the imminent farewell. Mcool and Xochitl led the preparations for the farewell ritual. Copal incense spiraled through the air, while drums set a rhythm that echoed the very pulse of the earth. Citlali, now an even more respected figure, guided the youngsters in the sacred chants that would cross the dimensions between the earthly and the divine. On the celestial plane, Quetzalcoatl was making his own preparations. His feathers shone with an intensity that dazzled even the stars, and his serpentine body formed patterns in the sky that astronomers would study for generations. Tezcatlipoca, its eternal counterpoint, watched in respectful silence. Tonatiuh, from the top of his observatory, recorded every movement in the heavens. His codices now contained not only astronomical observations, but also prophecies about the promised return of the feathered serpent. The stars show cycles, he explained to the other scholars, and every cycle promises a return. Quetzalcoatl's descent into the valley was spectacular. His celestial body created a multicolored aurora that bathed the entire region in prismatic light. The plants bowed towards him, and even the wildest animals emerged from their hiding places to witness the moment. In front of the gathered crowd, Quetzalcoatl took on a form closer to human understanding, still divine, but less dazzling. His voice, when he spoke, was like ancient music carried by distant winds. My children, the time has come for you to follow your own path. The next words were engraved not only in the codices, but in the hearts of every person present. You carry within you both my blood and your own essence. The knowledge I have shared is not a chain that binds you, but wings that will allow you to fly. Mcool stepped forward, offering Quetzalcoatl a garland made of flowers that had been born from his own footsteps. Father Creator, she said, her voice firm despite her emotion, how will we know if we are following the right path? The feathered serpent's reply was accompanied by a smile that lit up the valley. The right path is the one you create by walking with wisdom and compassion. Don't just try to imitate my steps, but learn to dance your own dance. Xochitl, who had kept the memories of so many ages, then understood something profound. This was no ordinary farewell, but a transformation. Each person present was now a guardian, not only of the knowledge received, but of the potential to create new knowledge. Quetzalcoatl continued his final teachings. True wisdom does not lie in having all the answers, but in knowing how to ask the right questions. The universe is a mystery that reveals itself to those who keep their hearts open and their minds curious. Kitlali, sensing that this moment would echo through the ages, began an ancient chant that spoke of cycles and returns. Other voices joined in, creating a harmony that seemed to weave the very threads of fate. Before leaving, Quetzalcoatl performed one last creative act. With a flick of his feathers, he created a sacred garden in the center of the valley, where each plant contained a different lesson, each flower a secret of the universe. This will be a meeting place between the divine and the earthly, he explained, where they can always renew their connection with the sacred. The moment of departure itself was marked by an extraordinary transformation. Quetzalcoatl rose into the sky, his serpentine body expanding until it seemed to embrace the entire eastern horizon. His feathers fell gently, each one shining like a star before dissolving into thin air. Tonatiuh, watching from his post, took note of how the departed god left a trail in the sky that formed a specific pattern, a celestial map that could be used to predict his return. He left us clues, he whispered, to keep hope alive. In the days following his departure, the community discovered that Quetzalcoatl's teachings continued to reveal themselves in new ways. Mcool noticed that the plants in the sacred garden were subtly changing, adapting to people's needs. So Chittle found new meanings in the old stories, as if each narrative were a living thing that grew over time. Quetzalcoatl's promise of return was not just a prophecy for the future, but a constant reminder that the divine was never truly absent. Every dawn brought new discoveries, every dusk, new reflections. Humanity had learned not just to survive, but to evolve. The legacy of the feathered serpent lived on not just in the codices and rituals, but in the very essence of the civilization that flourished in the valley. Subsequent generations would continue to develop the arts, sciences, and philosophies he had introduced, always finding new meanings and applications for the ancestral teachings. And so, as Quetzalcoatl traveled east, his creation continued to grow and transform, proving that the true miracle was not just in the act of creation, but in the infinite capacity for evolution and renewal that had been planted in the heart of every human being.